Ready? Good evening, how are you? Amit, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Very good. We have chosen a few important topics from the international relations section, which we believe are important for your examination. Right? So, we will be discussing those those topics first, and after that we'll deal with the polity section, light. What is the first topic? क्या नाम है टॉपिक का? Whether the suspension of START by Russia undermines the pursuit towards a global disarmament regime. Now, you know that Russia has recently suspended its participation. It's better if you keep this material closed. Right? After going home, you can read it if you want. If you try to do two things together, reading the material as well as attending the class and writing, then you won't succeed in anything. So it's better that you attend the class properly, make notes of the class, then make this material, you read this material after going home. Right? Or if I tell you that there is some information here which you can refer, then you can mark it. Right? Disarmament. So, Russia suspended its participation in something called START. The START stands for Strategic Arms Reduction Treaty. I'll explain about START later, not now. What I do is, I'm simply asking myself a question. The question is this: whether suspension of this treaty, which is the only treaty for nuclear disarmament between Russia and USA, which combinedly holds more than 90% of the nuclear warheads of the world, will this suspension lead to further arms race? You will understand this only when you understand what is disarmament. We will take START as an opportunity or as a beginning point to discuss the entire regime of disarmament. We will conceptually see what is disarmament, whether disarmament is the same as arms control. What has been the response or initiatives of United Nations for disarmament? How India has approached disarmament? We will also see various treaties which Russia as well as the USA have agreed upon with respect to disarmament. It will take some time, this particular topic, because it's very vast, right? You will have a lot of factual information too in this. So, let's deal with this first. First is, what exactly is the term disarmament means? What is disarmament? Strictly speaking, disarmament means reduction or elimination of armaments. I am giving you a definition because on the basis of definition, we will see the entire development of disarmament. Disarmament means you need to keep writing. Reduction or elimination of armaments. Armament means what? Weapons. So for disarmament to happen, you already should have weapons. You must have seen in many movies, the hero is trying to kill somebody with a weapon, let's say one big chaku, something like that. The hero's mother or father comes and pleads that don't kill that person, give me your weapon, hathiyar chhod do, niche dalo, kind of thing. And whenever that individual does it, that action is disarmament. For disarmament to happen, you should first have weapons or arms with you. Disarmament means reduction or elimination of armaments. It also means abolition of weapons. Abolition. बहुत ज़्यादा. अब ठीक है? Fine? Because this is something which I really love, this topic. That might be the reason that I'm becoming emotionally attached with that. Anyway, the point is this: reduction or elimination of armaments, or you can say abolition of weapons. This disarmament can be self-imposed. Recall Ashoka. After Kalinga war, what he did? He chose the path of peace, gave away all weapons. Self-imposed. By own freedom of will. So disarmament can be self-imposed. If a country tomorrow believes that the people have come together and decided that we will not be having any weapon, or we will not be having such dangerous weapons. Self-imposed. It can be externally imposed. Externally imposed. Somebody else is imposing upon you, like that hero is being asked by mother, or let's say police trying to shoot that villain, asking you to drop the weapon. You see that in kidnapping cases. In kidnapping case, in movies you see that. Hero trying to shoot, the villain is trying to kill the heroine, or for that matter, for the child or anybody else. For the individual, because of fear, drops the weapon. After First World War, through the Treaty of Versailles, the entire German Air Force was disbanded. After First World War, German Air Force was disbanded, which means Germany was not allowed to keep Air Force. Externally imposed disarmament. It can be regional agreement. This disarmament also can be through regional agreement. Countries come together and decided that, or decide that we will be reducing our armaments. Russia and USA, or for that matter USSR and USA, during the Cold War period, entered into multiple treaties, agreements. Those are examples of regionally imposed, you can say, or bilaterally imposed armament. Bilaterally imposed disarmament. What if you get a question in the essay? Definitely you won't be able to write this in the GS until and unless there is a question on what do you understand by disarmament. Right? And it is possible that such question might come in the context of this Russia-Ukraine war and the start, etc., which is going on. But again, it can be multilateral agreement. Regional or bilateral or multilateral. That we will see in the context of UN, CTBT, NPT, etc. Disarmament can be two types. Can be two types. One, partial or specific. Second, general or complete. In partial or specific disarmament, only some group of weapons or some categories of weapons will be included. Nuclear weapon. Disarmament does not mean only one specific type of weapon. But disarmament can be two types. It can be partial or specific. In partial or specific disarmament, only one group of weapons or some category of weapons which are more dangerous than others are included. Nuclear weapon. If Russia and USA decide that we will be reducing or eliminating some kind of weapons, partial or specific, complete or general, all kind of weapon, irrespective of the nature of weapon. Nuclear, nuclear, chemical, biological. I am giving some examples. General or complete disarmament is an utopia. It's an ideal to which, in general, we as a people or the countries in general should move forward. As of today, the major focus of the countries or at the international level is towards partial or specific disarmament. You will understand this idea as and when the discussion progresses. Another related term with respect to disarmament is arms control. Another related term is arms control. Disarmament and arms control are not similar, are not same. But they are used interchangeably or together. Strictly speaking, arms control is different from disarmament. Arms control means regulation of production, deployment, or stockpiling of weapons. Regulation of production, deployment, or stockpiling. Arms control tries to deal with future production of weapons. Disarmament deal with existing. So, arms control is technically different from disarmament. Because arms control deals with production. And after producing, deployment of them or stockpiling them. But in general, arms control and disarmament are used interchangeably. But if there is a question on the difference between arms control and disarmament, write this. When you control the production of arms, will it help in disarmament also or not? So arms control may be seen to be a means towards achieving future disarmament. Because disarmament means reduction, abolition. If you reduce the number of weapons being produced, then it is easy for disarmament. So, if a proper, streamlined, systematic arms control system at the global level can help achieving the global disarmament goals in future. Arms control means you cannot produce weapon, or if you want to produce, you cannot produce this much of weapon. So countries are being prevented from producing large number of weapons, which means if both the countries, or let's say at the international level, there is an agreement of disarmament, then the country will say that we have only this much of weapon, then it is easy for disarmament. There are two countries, let's say India and Pakistan. India and Pakistan have hostility. Both try to accumulate weapons. If India and Pakistan later decides that we will carry out disarmament, let's say partial disarmament. But as of today, what we do is, we will freeze the production of nuclear weapons. So this freeze will help in further talks, dialogue, negotiations in future. Arms control will help in disarmament. That is what I am trying to say. I hope you understand. No? We are going to use disarmament and arms control interchangeably in this lecture. And whatever we are going to discuss, most of them can be applied to disarmament as well as arms control. Whenever there are some specific treaties or developments, then I will tell you this is for disarmament, which you can use in a disarmament question. Are you understand? Disarmament has been a global concern right from, I would say, civilization. But in the modern period, after the First World War, after the end of First World War, countries decided that we should stop this accumulation of armaments, producing weapons. It is leading to war, conflicts, distrust. The fundamental idea is that if an individual has weapon, then there will be a tendency towards using that weapon. So having weapons can create conditions for further violence. So if countries have less weapons, then there will be less scope for violence and conflicts and war. So League of Nations, after First World War, when it formed in 1920, one of the foremost agenda of League of Nations has been disarmament. Under the aegis of League of Nations, multiple conferences have been initiated. One such conference has been the Naval Disarmament Conference 1922, held in Washington. This conference said that the size of the ships should not be more, very less. If you want to produce ships, warship, the size should be very less. You cannot build a huge warship. So it aimed at, you won't find that in the material. You won't find that there. That's why I told you, if it is possible to write, you write. Rest is your choice. Naval Disarmament Conference 1922. This envisaged that the size of the ships of the member countries, especially USA, UK and other European powers, should be comparatively less. Not only that, the arms which these ships can carry are also limited. So, the size of the ships, warships, and the number and types of weapons that ships can carry were also limited. However, as you know, during 1920s and 30s, instead of disarmament, the world saw rearmament. Fascism and Nazism provided fertile ground for arms race, weapons production, armament accumulation. This resulted into Second World War, and we all know what destruction even the nuclear weapon has been used in Japan. The successor organization of League of Nations, the United Nations, also took on the agenda of global disarmament. One of the foremost priority of United Nations has been disarmament and arms control. Because the objective of UN is to preserve international peace and security. As long as there are weapons in the world, there cannot be any peace. Especially those dangerous weapons, weapons of mass destruction. Weapons of mass destruction mean all those weapons which can cause immense damage to life and property. Like nuclear weapon, biological weapon, chemical weapons. These are under the category of weapons of mass destruction, WMDs. It is known as WMD. Now we are going to see what has been the initiatives taken by United Nations in the context of disarmament. UPSC might ask, explain the initiative taken by UN, etc., etc., or they may frame the question in a different way. So, what has been the initiatives of United Nations as far as disarmament is concerned? In 1950, United Nations established the UN Disarmament Commission. UN Disarmament Commission was established by UN. The purpose of this commission has been to draft proposals for a comprehensive disarmament regime. But in 1970s, specifically 1978, this disarmament commission has been reconstituted by the UN. This disarmament commission has been reconstituted by the United Nations. UNGA, that is United Nations General Assembly, created a new United Nations Disarmament Commission, of which all the UN members are parties or members. This disarmament commission is a deliberative body which deliberates, discusses on the issues of disarmament and arms control and report back to the UNGA. In the same year, the UNGA also created another body. This is a very important body that is known as Conference on Disarmament. Conference on Disarmament. Conference on Disarmament. Abbreviation is CD. This Conference on Disarmament is the only multilateral disarmament negotiation forum. Only multilateral disarmament negotiating forum. This has 65 members. India is a member. This Conference on Disarmament negotiated and executed following disarmament treaties. What are they? PTBT, Partial Test Ban Treaty. Partial Test Ban Treaty. Keep in mind that the initiative at the global level, even in 1950s or even today, is basically focusing upon weapons of mass destruction. Nuclear, biological, chemical. Right? Partial Test Ban Treaty 1963. This Partial Test Ban Treaty prohibited nuclear weapon testing in atmosphere, outer space and underwater. So you cannot test what? Nuclear weapons, atmosphere, outer space or underwater. That is why it is partial, because it excluded various other domains. For instance, underground. Underground explosion. This did not cover. Partial Test Ban Treaty. India has been a pioneer for concluding this PTBT. India is a signatory to PTBT, Partial Test Ban Treaty. This Conference of Disarmament also negotiated NPT. Now you will say that NPT is 1968, came into force in 1970. This body came in which year? 1978. Isn't it? Now how this is possible? This Conference of Disarmament is the successor body of such bodies earlier. There were many committees of UNGA, 10-nation committee, 5-nation committee, etc., etc. Right? So that is the reason we are including in this Conference of Disarmament. It is true that Conference of Disarmament as an organization came in 1978, but this is a successor organization. इससे पहले भी organization था. Right? So 18 member Nations Committee. Not important this, but if at all you have some doubt, that's what I am telling you. Not important, but 18 Nations Committee. This committee has been established by UNGA to negotiate this NPT. So this 18 Nation Committee, which has been the predecessor of Conference of Disarmament, negotiated and concluded Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, NPT. Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. This treaty has the following pillars. There are three major pillars of NPT. Three major pillars mean three major components. Non-proliferation. Peaceful use of nuclear energy. Peaceful use of nuclear energy. Disarmament. Non-proliferation, peaceful use of nuclear energy, disarmament, nuclear as well as general. NPT aims at what? Aims at nuclear non-proliferation and general disarmament. This treaty provided that all those countries which have exploded nuclear weapon before 1968 will be called as nuclear weapon states. These nuclear weapon states, which are 5 as of today: China, Russia, UK, France and USA. These nuclear weapon states cannot transfer nuclear weapons or technology to non-nuclear weapon states. All of the other countries which are not part of this NWS are known as non-nuclear weapon states, NNWS. Non-nuclear weapon states. So as far as NWS are concerned, they cannot transfer the weapon or the technology to produce that weapon to NNWS. As far as NNWS are concerned, they cannot acquire or produce nuclear weapon. This NPT also authorized IAEA, International Atomic Energy Agency, to carry out inspections and verifications in the facilities of the member countries to NPT. So IAEA safeguard mechanism has been instituted to verify whether the members are complying with this or not. The term is treaty. Treaty means a legally binding agreement. Treaty means there is a legal obligation to follow it. So it is not voluntary. Treaty and convention are used interchangeably. But India did not sign this NPT. Why? Keep in mind, as far as the disarmament is concerned, India wants universal. non-discriminatory, verifiable disarmament regime. 3 words are important. Whenever there is a question, write this on disarmament. Universal, subco, everybody should be there. Non-discriminatory, you cannot discriminate between haves and have-nots. And verifiable, that the treaty or whatever you are doing has to be verified. There has to be an independent mechanism. India says this NPT only deals with restriction on horizontal proliferation. What is that? Horizontal proliferation. Horizontal, which means those countries which are not having nuclear weapon and those who are not NWS. So this horizontal proliferation attempt is patently discriminatory. Horizontal discrimination. Horizontal means, let's say, those who are having nuclear weapon, they are vertical. Those who are not having, dekho, if I say this hierarchy, this is the NWS, nuclear weapon states. These are the countries having A, B, C, D, etc. Non-nuclear weapon states. So NPT deals with non-nuclear weapon states, horizontal proliferation. Remember, horizontal rights and vertical rights. Horizontal, private, vertical, state. Non-nuclear weapon states, horizontal proliferation. India cannot sign such a discriminatory treaty. India also says that you talk about disarmament. No timeline is provided. No roadmap has been provided. Kab karega disarmament? How will you do it? When will you do it? This NPT creates a system of nuclear haves and nuclear have not. NPT provides for vertical proliferation, but at the same time prevents horizontal proliferation. India, Israel, Pakistan have never signed NPT. North Korea has signed NPT but withdrew from NPT in 2003. After that, they have been conducting exploring, etc., etc. India, Pakistan, Israel have never signed this NPT. Should India sign NPT? At the present form, signing NPT will be detrimental to our interest and our long-standing position with respect to disarmament. Anyway, CTBT. Comprehensive Test Ban Treaty. Comprehensive Test Ban Treaty. So, PTBT is partial, CTBT is comprehensive. So, CTBT negotiated under the Conference of Disarmament prohibits nuclear weapon test of any manner or any nature in general. This word is very important. In general, the CTBT prohibits testing of nuclear weapons by the member countries. CTBT 1996. In NPT, you add one more, South Sudan. NPT, there are 4 countries which are not signed. South Sudan is another one. India, Pakistan, Israel and South Sudan. Comprehensive Test Ban Treaty, 1996. This in general provided that no nuclear weapon test will be carried out. But India did not sign CTBT. India says we will not sign CTBT at its current form. Why? India has taken active participation during the negotiation for CTBT. Not only during 9 days, right from 1950s, that we will see in India's contribution toward disarmament later. But when this negotiation was going on in Conference of Disarmament, India has taken active participation. But to the total surprise and distress of India, without proper consensus, the CTBT was announced by the Conference on Disarmament or the UN in general. So India says, without taking into confidence or without reaching a consensus, you have formulated a treaty. Hence, we will not be part of this. Second, this treaty in general prohibits all the modes of testing of nuclear weapon. But simulation testing or computer simulation testing is not prohibited under this. Computer simulation. So, those countries having that high level technology will be able to use the computer simulation and test their weapon. We cannot do that. Comprehensive should be comprehensive. The word comprehensive means what? All encompassing. Everything should be included. But the nature of the treaty is like that, the wordings of the treaty, the draft of the treaty, the text of the treaty is like that. It provides for various other kind of testing. For instance, computer simulation. So India says this is not comprehensive. Only those countries which are having that level of technology will be able to use that computer simulation and carry out testing and produce weapons. This only prohibits testing. India says the treaty itself is discriminatory because it does not talk about disarmament. What about existing nuclear weapon stocks? What about the existing stockpile of nuclear weapons that other countries are having? Like I mentioned, 90% is with USA and Russia. So any treaty dealing with this should also include the existing level or stockpile of nuclear weapons. Not only that, India says this treaty provides that this treaty will be enforced only when 44 countries having nuclear capability signs and ratify this treaty. Signing means sign. Let's say I went to the Prime Minister went to the UNGA and signed the treaty. It has to be ratified. Ratification will be in the Parliament. So signing and ratification. So 44 countries having nuclear capability should sign and ratify this CTBT. Then only CTBT will come into force. And in one country is India. So without India's consent, without taking into consideration India's position and objections, you have included me into 44. These are the major reasons why India has not been a signatory to CTBT. This has been India's position even today. Some other disarmament treaties initiated by Conference for Disarmament are Chemical Weapon Convention, Biological Weapon Convention, etc. Chemical Weapon Convention, I think it's 1997. Chemical Weapon Convention means banning the production, deployment and using of chemical weapons. an organization called OPCW, Organization for the Prohibition of Chemical Weapons, OPCW, has been entrusted with the responsibility to implement this CWC. So who is implementing CWC? Who is implementing? OPCW. This OPCW got Nobel Prize in 2013. OPCW is an intergovernmental organization. PT examination for you. Another one is Biological Weapon Convention. That's your homework, find out. This conference on disarmament is also discussing another treaty. That treaty is FMCT, Fissile Material Cutoff Treaty. Fissile material. Material Cutoff Treaty. Right from 1953, discussion is going on this FMCT. Fissile Material Cutoff Treaty. Fissile materials are those materials which are used for production of nuclear weapon. This FMCT aims at prohibition of the production of highly enriched uranium and plutonium. India is an active participant in the negotiation of FMCT. India and USA says that this FMCT requirement or obligations should only for future productions of HEU and plutonium. Whatever stockpile we have with respect to uranium and plutonium, this treaty should not do anything with that. So the treaty should not put any obligation to eliminate, reduce existing stockpile of HEU and plutonium. Pakistan also has an objection, because Pakistan says, if I accede to the treaty, what will happen? India is already higher. The level of India's nuclear preparedness and the number of weapons and warheads that India has is much higher than Pakistan. So if Pakistan accedes to this, then Pakistan cannot produce in future nuclear weapon. So the parity with India will not be achieved. Pakistan wants to achieve parity, P-A-R-I-T-Y, parity, equality in terms of nuclear weapons with India. USA has another objection. USA says, verification regime under this treaty will be national level verification. Whether I am obeying, implementing this treaty or not will be verified by me. There cannot be any better example of conflict of interest. USA is saying that I will verify myself. Like your UPSC examination paper is being checked by you only. You are checking a PT examination, you are giving a mark. You are checking a mains examination. So these are some major objections because of this FMCT is not being finalized. Negotiations are going on, FMCT. there are various other initiatives which have been taken by countries themselves, whether bilaterally or in a group, to deal with the problem of disarmament and arms control. We have seen how UN has done it or tried to do it. So whether UN has succeeded, so there have been successes as well as failures. Success of the United Nations depends upon the willingness of the member nations. If you see CWC, if you see Chemical Weapon Convention, Biological Weapon Convention, the PTBT and etc., CTBT and some other treaties too, establishing a systematic structure, Conference on Disarmament, UN Disarmament Commission. There is also this Office of UN UNCA, UNDA. United Nations Disarmament Office. This office is also working for disarmament. Commission is different. Commission by members. Office means secretariat. You will understand this when you know the difference between Human Rights Council and OHCHR. UN Disarmament Office also working towards what? Disarmament and arms control. Countries have taken initiatives, bilaterally, regionally or multilaterally, which contribute towards disarmament and arms control. One major system or mechanism in this regard is the क्या है बोलो multilateral export control regimes. Multilateral export control regimes are contributing towards disarmament arms control. We'll explain it, what exactly it is. This MECR, multilateral export control regimes, are voluntary and non-binding agreements of major supplier countries which coordinate their policies for disarmament and arms control. There are few important multilateral export control regimes. First one is Australian group. How many? 6. I will tell you, don't worry, I know. Australian group. Second is Hague Code of Conduct on ballistic missiles. Next, MTCR. Next, NSG. Next, Wassenaar Arrangement. Use this MECR for arms control. If there is a question on arms control per se, use MECR. I'll explain, or you will understand after this explanation. Multilateral export control regime. First one is Australian group, established in 1985. Year is not important, but now that I have studied it, I think I should tell you. Yes. 1985, Australian group. क्या करता है ये Australian group? The members of this group coordinate their export policies so that there is no spread of biological and chemical weapon. The member countries of Australian group ensure that our export of various materials and technologies should not lead to the spread of chemical and biological weapon. So mainly Australian groups deals with ABC. Australian group, biological, chemical weapon. India is a member of Australian group. India joined Australian group in 2018. देखता हूँ. Yes. So after the government changed, right, our global visibility have also been changed. 2018, India became member of Australian group. Hague Code of Conduct on Ballistic Missiles. It regulates the production and deployment of ballistic missiles. There are two types of missile, cruise missile and ballistic missile. You will study this in science and technology. My knowledge about science is very poor comparatively. Because although I have scientific temper, but I am a humanities student. Anyway, not important. Hague Code of Conduct on Ballistic Missiles. India became a member of Hague Code of Conduct. Kab? 16. Yes. It does not prohibit production of ballistic missile. It only regulate. MTCR, Missile Technology Control Regime. This body has been established by G7 in 1987. देखता हूँ. Yes. Group of 7 countries, G7 established MTCR in 1987. Missile Technology Control Regime. क्या करते हैं ये? It regulates the sale of or export of unmanned aerial vehicles and rockets which have the capability of carrying 500, at least 500 kilogram payload. At least 500 kilogram payload and delivery capacity of at least 300 kilometers. Matlab, this is a rocket. This rocket has the material weapon, or let's say not weapon. The rocket is carrying the, what we say, let's say this is a rocket which carries nuclear warhead. So the weight of this warhead, if it is 500 kilogram, and this rocket can reach to a range of at least 300 kilometers, then all such rockets and unmanned aerial vehicle, their sale and export will be restricted or regulated by MTCR. India became a member of MTCR in 2016. Yes. This MTCR has 35 members. China is not part of Australian group. China part नहीं Australian group का. Nuclear Supply Group, NSG. This NSG was established in 1974, specifically to prevent or stop the nuclear weapon program of India. Because India exploded or India carried out this SNEP, Subterranean Nuclear Explosion Project in 1971, Smiling Buddha. So, USA and other countries decided that India should not get material, plutonium, this uranium, etc. So they came out with nuclear supplier group. This NFG has 48 members. NFG regulate the sale and export of nuclear material, nuclear equipment, and nuclear technology. One of the important condition to be a member of NFG is that country should be a signatory of NPT or regional nuclear non-proliferation treaties. It is so, if a country is part of NPT, then the country can become the member of NFG. Or the country is part of regional non-proliferation treaties. You go home, you find out there are many regional treaties which deals with nuclear weapon free zone. Like of Africa, Central Asia, Latin America, etc. Regional nuclear weapon free zone. So, if that country is part of those arrangements or agreements, then you can become a member of NFG. India is neither part of regional grouping or part of NPT, hence India is not part of NFG. India's relation with NFG is something I have already taught you. Right? Remember? Foundation batch. China blocking 1, 2, 3, Hyde Act. Isn't it? Waiver, yes. But as of today, India is not member of NFG. NFG works on the basis of consensus, which means all the 48 member countries should commit or should agree. So one of the major reasons is China is not agreeing with the India's membership to NFG. Why it is so? That I have already taught you. NFG. Wassenaar arrangement. Wassenaar is in Hague. कहाँ पर ये Hague? India is a member. Yes, India is a member of Wassenaar arrangement also. ये क्या करते हैं? Regulate the export of conventional weapons and dual use goods and technologies. Dual use, which means something is let's say some equipment or some material is given, which can be used for peaceful purposes, normal purposes, civilian purposes, but can also be used for military purposes. So these are dual use items. So dual use items, their sale, export are regulated under Wassenaar arrangement. Keep in mind all the MECR are non-binding voluntary initiatives. NPT, treaty, binding. CTBT, binding when it comes to force. PTBT, binding. So these are major multilateral export control regime. So what are they doing? Are they focusing on disarmament or arms control? Bolo. Are they focusing on disarmament or arms control? Yes, because they are generally focusing on, in fact, they are focusing on restriction of sale of weapons, technology, material, etc. They do not talk about elimination, reduction, abolition of weapons. But it is true that MECR can enable future disarmament. It does not talk about reduction. But if you restrict export, then there will be reduction. It regulates. So if you don't have material, technology, equipment, then you cannot produce. Are you able to understand?
Sir, sir, but it is leading to black marketing of technology, na? It is not controlling either ways. The weaponization is increasing, so it is leading to black marketization of technology to generate these weapons. And
That shows the lack of effective implementation of the MECR. That is not the problem with the treaty. It is the problem with the implementation mechanism.
sir, one more doubt. Sir,
Yes.
can we withdraw from any treaty?
Treaty
why-
provides legally binding obligations. If you want to withdraw from a treaty, then you have to follow the procedure given in the treaty. You will understand this when we study USA-Russia relation. I mean USA-Russia, this disarmament or arms control mechanism. You will understand that because USA has withdrawn.
Sir, then why India can't withdraw from PTBT?
PTBT is helping India. India is satisfied with the PTBT.
No, no, sir, not this time, sir, when it was conducting out nuclear tests and all these things.
PTBT did not prohibit underground.
No,
Now-
but sir, it put na three
Wait,
restrictions.
wait, no, wait. What is this word? Subterranean. क्या meaning है इसका subterranean का? Subterranean. Open your mobile and search the meaning of this word subterranean. Underground?
Yes, sir.
Territory? Underground? Why should India withdraw from PTBT? We are not, PTBT is not affecting our nuclear weapon program, right? Or impacting our security scenario. But NPT and CTBT is released because as of today, we are in a situation where China and Pakistan is creating challenges to us. So we should be mindful of our national security. So signing CTBT will mean what? China will have nuclear weapon state, it has everything. If you want to develop weapons, you want to test, until and unless you test your weapon, you cannot be sure about it. Testing is required. Whether it is a pen, whether it is a book, whether it is anything, everything has to be tested, research and development. Your question is why India should be a part of PTBT? Or why India should withdraw from PTBT?
Sir,
Or why
now
India
to-
shouldn't withdraw from PTBT?
Sir, why it didn't withdraw? Sir, now to we have we have no problem. Now. We have conducted our nuclear test. We have the simulation data. So that time it was a problem. Now we had to search for terrain and we had to conduct out tests in these hostile conditions. Sir, it was a hostile condition to carry out tests, na, sir,
Do you
during
think
that
that,
time.
no, see the point is that disarmament has been one of the major determinant of India's foreign policy. India has been the central country which have taken initiatives individually as well as collectively or at the global level for bringing consensus for disarmament. If India withdraws from PTBT, it sets a bad precedent. Why would we withdraw from a treaty which is not creating any problems to us? CTBT, if it is enforced in such a condition, in the present situation, in the present manner, then it will impact our choices. It will create problems for us. That is the reason we are not signing it. So by remaining in PTBT, we are showing our commitment for global disarmament and arms control. We are contributing toward disarmament. We are not an outlier country. We are problem-solving country. That is the reason. We cannot act like North Korea because we are India. Right? So any responsible country, a law-abiding country, which has been seen as a model to emulate for other countries, cannot unilaterally withdraw from those treaties which are not creating any problems to us. What you do is, you do not sign a treaty if the treaty has discriminatory provisions. One example is CTBT, we did not sign it. NPT, we did not sign it. We have been pressurized. If you understand, if you know the post-90 USA-India relation, you will see that how the USA has pressurized India to sign NPT. Absolutely.
If somebody violates it, who is going to enforce it on them? Is the Security Council going to take action, or the group members themselves?
Binding nature of a treaty does not mean enforcement of treaty. A treaty is binding, which means the countries are expected to follow it, obey it. Now the question is, the country violates, then the members can take an action against them. Suspend that member. Let's say human rights, Russia has been suspended from Human Rights Council. And various other, I think there are few other, or let's say resolutions against the countries can be brought. So we can expose that country in the international level. The country cannot send its security force to that country to punish them. That cannot be done. Sanction can be used. But point is that these are limited avenues. There are limited avenues. The only organization which have the policing power, which have the what is the word? I'm not able to exactly recollect it. No. United Nations Security Council have the ability to even use force so that the commitments or resolutions are enforced. United Nations Security Council, when we study UN, we will see that there have been multiple times the UNSC has authorized the use of military force to prevent genocide, to prevent mass killings. So UNSC has the power of the sword, the only institution which has the power. Apart from that, other institutions, other treaty organizations, they can use economic sanctions and various other non-military solutions. But it is expected that countries, being responsible nations, are expected to abide by the treaties. Because international law demands that. Otherwise, there is no point in entering a treaty. The problem is a lack of a global government to enforce global rules. Anyway.
When you say CTBT needs 44 nuclear capable countries to sign and ratify. Currently 44 didn't sign.
No. Okay, that point I missed. India did not sign. Pakistan did not sign. North Korea did not sign. I'll just see the exact countries in 1 second. India, Pakistan, North Korea. These three countries have neither signed nor ratified CTBT. India, Pakistan, North Korea neither signed nor ratified CTBT. Neither signed nor ratified. USA, China, Israel, Egypt and Iran signed but not ratified. Egypt, Israel, Iran, USA, China. All these 5 countries signed CTBT but not ratified. So you can say that it is not only India that is creating problem for CTBT. Other countries have not signed, other countries have not ratified.
So when you say 44 countries, are there really 44 countries that are nuclear capable?
The convention, the treaty believes that these countries are having nuclear capability, which means today or tomorrow they can develop it. They have the scope, or they may enter into agreement with other countries. Like China gave nuclear weapon technology to Pakistan, like China gave to North Korea. Right? Now we will see the evolution of disarmament or arms control vis-a-vis USSR and USA. We are coming back to the start. Coming back to the start, literally.
Sir,
हाँ पूछो.
sir, China is part of NSG. So how did he give nuclear technology to North Korea or Pakistan?
After the class, I will telephone the predecessor of this fellow, Xi Jinping. क्या नाम है उनका? Black. China wants that India should always be in perpetual conflict with Pakistan. So Pakistan is the all-weather friend of China, all-weather. मौसम कुछ भी हो, friendship, all-weather friend. Means whether it is NPT, NSG, Barish, summer, winter, does not matter. So that is why China gave nuclear technology to Pakistan. China denies it. Pakistan denies it. Pakistan says, we have the scientist, A.Q. Khan, you remember, that he is capable. We have the brilliant intellectual minds, scientists. So we developed it. Nobody gave it. So how will you prove this? NSG said, fine, जैसे चल रहा है चलने दो. ठीक है? Cold War period, as you know, after the Second World War, the approach or the belief was that there will be peace and security in the world. However, instead of peace and security, what happened was Cold War, a period of hostility and tension between two blocs led by USA and USSR. So, in the context of security dilemma, remember security dilemma? USA started accumulating, producing, stockpiling large number of weapons. So this created fear, threat in the mind of USSR and their allies. They also started. USA became nuclear power even before Russia, even before USSR. It was in 1950s that USSR became a nuclear power. After that, the race was for किसके पास ज़्यादा होगा weapons. As you remember, weapons, the presence of weapon can create tendency or incentive for using them. Why do you think there is large number of shooting incidents in USA? Small children are using in pubs, in universities, in hotels and restaurants, houses, shopping malls, everywhere every now and again shooting incidents are happening. And one of the solution that has been suggested is tighter gun control. Like we buy chai, snacks outside, you can buy weapons in USA. With simply you have to provide some document. For instance, like this, आधार ले लो और जाओ, मुझे ये चाहिए, दे देगा. So if you become angry and if you have access to these weapons, then it is very much possible that you will use it. अगर नहीं होगा तो क्या करोगे? हाथ से. The damage, destruction caused through hands are lesser than weapons. Because of the proliferation of nuclear weapons, accumulation of weapons of mass destruction, and various other conventional weapons by USA and USSR, there was a fear that this weapon could be actually used, which will lead to another Third World War. The Cuban Missile Crisis of 1970s, not 1970, 1960s, resulted into a real threat of direct confrontation between USA and USSR. That is why the governments of USA and USSR decided that we should enter into some kind of arrangement or agreements or treaties to reduce the number of weapons we have, their deployment, their testing, their accumulation, etc., etc. So the government of USA and government of USSR started talks, negotiation, dialogues in order to enter into some kind of disarmament or arms control agreements. The first major talks between USSR and USA was known as SALT I, Strategic Arms Limitation Treaty. Sorry, not treaty, talks. Strategic Arms Limitation Talks. One means pehla wala. Late 1960s and early 1970s. These talks went on. Strategic Arms Limitation Talks. Under the Strategic Arms Limitation Talks 1, a treaty was signed between USSR and USA. The treaty is known as ABM Treaty, properly known as Limitation on Anti-Ballistic Missile Treaty. This treaty was signed in 1972. Year is not important, so I don't worry about that year per se. Anti-ballistic missiles. USA and USSR decided that we will reduce the deployment of anti-ballistic missiles. Whatever missiles we have, we will not deploy it. We will not use it. Or let's say, we will not deployment, kya kehte hain? We will keep them in our storehouse. We will not shift those weapons or missiles to our neighboring countries, your borders, etc., etc. Deploy nahi karega. This anti-ballistic missile treaty USA withdrew from this treaty in 2001. Anti-ballistic missile treaty USA withdrew. Kab? 2001. After SALT I, next talk was SALT II, Strategic Arms Limitation Talks 2. These talks also included nuclear warheads and various other strategic weapons. So SALT II expanded the scope of SALT I. But the first major disarmament treaty between USSR and USA was START I, Strategic Arms Reduction Treaty. This treaty was signed in 1991. Strategic Arms Reduction Treaty. both USA and USSR said that we will reduce some percentage of our nuclear arsenal or nuclear weapon. See, the word is reduction. Reduction means disarmament. It is deployment. Anyway, very difficult for you to differentiate. But keep in mind, start is reduction. If it is reduction, it is disarmament. So both countries decided that we will reduce a certain percentage of our nuclear weapons. START 1 lapsed in 2009. Lapsed, LAPSED. In 1993, START 2 was signed between USSR and USA. 1993 START 2, Strategic Arms Reduction Treaty 2. But this START 2 treaty never came into force because USA Senate did not ratify START 2. And in 2001 itself, Russia withdrew from START 2 treaty. Why? Russia said USA withdrew from anti-ballistic missile treaty. And not only that, START 2 was signed in 1990, not here, where is START 2? लिखा ही नहीं है, अच्छा. 1993, signed. You are not ratifying it. You are not enforcing it. Russia, not USSR. Why? 1991, USSR became a country of the past. Like in 1971, Pakistan became what? In 1971, East Pakistan became Bangladesh. START 2, 1993. Russia said, USA did not ratify this. Not only that, in 2001, USA withdrew from anti-ballistic missile treaty. So we are also withdrawing from which one? START 2. But while these talks were going on, USSR and USA also entered into another disarmament treaty known as INF treaty. Acha, this INF 1987. Intermediate Nuclear Forces. Intermediate Range Nuclear Forces Treaty 1987. INF. This provided for elimination of intermediate range nuclear weapons. In 2019, Trump Maharaj took USA out of INF. As per this INF treaty, any country which wants to move out of this treaty has to give a notice for 6 months. Trump ने कहा, I am giving a notice on January that I will be moving out of treaty. 6 महीने बाद, July or June, Trump said, Tata bye bye. Now you are getting the answer. Treaty, how a member can withdraw from a treaty. It has happened here. Anyway, while these talks were going on, USA and Russia also entered into something called SORT. You will get some questions in PT. I don't know. You will get definitely or maybe you will get. Not only that, there might be a direct question on START. If you go back and see, you will find out one question at least. Anyway, SORT, Strategic Offensive Reduction Treaty, 2000. Strategic Offense Reduction Treaty. देखता हूँ here. 2002, Strategic Offensive Reduction Treaty. This simply provided for reduced deployment of strategic weapons. Not important, so just keep in mind something like this happened. Strategic Offensive Reduction Treaty. As the START 1 and START 2 was having problems, in 2010, Obama and Putin entered into another treaty. Now that treaty is known as New START. They decided that we should start new. New START. New START, Strategic Arms Reduction Treaty, 2010. When Biden came to power in USA, the treaty was extended till 2026. But in February 2023, the favorite Democrat of the world, the protector of human rights, Mr. Putin, said that we are suspending the New START, because I want old START, not New START. Right? So Putin said we are suspending Russia's participation in START, New START. This New START has two major provisions. Number one, reduction in deployment of strategic weapons, including nuclear weapon. Reduction in deployment of strategic weapons, including nuclear weapon. Number two, reduction in stockpiles. Reduction in the stockpiles of strategic weapons, including nuclear weapon. For both deployment reduction as well as stockpile reduction. Significant progress has been achieved with respect to New START. So, significant progress has been achieved with respect to New START, which means deployment of weapons and the reduction of the strategic weapons. So, progress has been achieved. This New START also provided for mutual inspections, notification of the facilities and various other developments to other countries. Verification, manual visits to see ये जो बोल रहे हो कर रहे कि नहीं कर रहा देखने के लिए. So verification, inspection, checks and balances, notification, which means आज मेरे पास इतना है, तुम्हारे पास कितना है, notification. But Putin in February 2023 decided that I don't like New START, so I am suspending. So Putin has announced the suspension of Russia's participation in New START. Now the question is whether suspension of New START by Russia will lead to or the undoing or undermining the global disarmament efforts. New START aims at disarmament. So suspension means you will not be abiding by these rules? No. Russia said, we are suspending our participation. It does not mean that we will not abide by this treaty. Whatever quantitative requirements are there, we will abide. But we will not allow inspections. Why? Putin is saying, USA knows कहाँ कहाँ मेरा facilities है, strategic weapons कहाँ रखा हुआ है, nuclear weapons कहाँ पे हैं. Now USA is giving this information to Ukraine. So Ukraine is using drone and various other weapons, and they are attacking our facilities. I don't know how much truth is there, but this is what Putin says. That the information provided under New START is being misused by USA. Because USA is helping the Ukraine, and Ukraine is carrying out attack on the strategic armed facilities of Russia. Not only that, Putin says that in New START only USA and Russia's weapons are included. You should also include the NATO allies, like UK has nuclear weapon, France has. It is generally seen that this is a pressure tactic of Putin, because USA and the West are helping Ukraine. So Russia wants to put some pressure on USA and other countries that if we suspend it, then there is a possibility that Russia might start proliferating, producing. It will lead to nuclear arms race again. And it is also worried that it may undermine the future further disarmament efforts. For instance, China and various other countries. China is not part of any arrangement, but China is developing it. China has huge stockpile. So Russia's suspension from New START, or not Russia suspension, Russia suspending its participation in New START may lead to challenges in achieving our disarmament aims, because countries may not be having any incentive to be part of it. Russia, let's say, hypothetically speaking, Russia is enemy with China. Russia's participation in New START will have some confidence in the mind of China that Russia is not producing it. But if Russia is suspending it, it will create security dilemma. China will produce, India will, various other countries will start procuring, producing. But it is too early to say that it will undermine, it will provide challenges to the disarmament efforts at the global level or at the bilateral level. This is the last remaining disarmament treaty between USA and Russia. And it is in the interest of the global community and in the interest of disarmament that this treaty should be functional. But the fundamental solution is end of Russia-Ukraine war. India and disarmament. Last section or segment of this topic. India and disarmament. India and disarmament. If it is a question, if there is a question on this disarmament, right? So you have the content with you to write. Historically, India is a country which is peace-loving, as exemplified by the unilateral disarmament of Ashoka. isn't it? After independence. In fact, even during the colonial rule, the Indian freedom fighters understood the link between weapons, colonialism and imperialism. How did Britain was able to conquer India? Britain had बंदूक, हमारे पास क्या था? कुछ नहीं था, except the pride for the country. So wherever you see, whether it is in Latin America, Africa, or various other Asian countries, the control of gun, the power of the gun, always helped the West to capture and control countries. So colonialism and imperialism was built on armaments. And colonialism and imperialism resulted into 2 world wars. So destruction of life and property have been associated with weapons. And Indian freedom fighters and Indian people decided that once we become independent, we will take a strong stand against this proliferation of weapons and accumulation of armaments. That is the reason in 1948 itself, India at the United Nations proposed that there should be an international organization which will ensure that the nuclear weapon, the nuclear energy will only be used for peaceful purposes. So the idea of IAEA kind of organization came initially from India, although it is said that the 1953 address of the US President Dwight Eisenhower, known as Atom for Peace, this address by the US President resulted into the creation of International Atomic Energy Agency. But keep in mind, in 1948 itself, India has proposed such an organization. In 1954, Jawaharlal Nehru proposed a standstill agreement. Standstill agreement means जो आपके पास वेपन है जैसे वैसे रहने दो, don't produce more, stand still, freeze the situation, maintain the status quo. Nehru also proposed for comprehensive test ban, CTBT kind of system. India accepted, or India view disarmament as one of the major objectives and determinant of India's foreign policy. If you see your notes, the first chapter, foundation batch, you will see that disarmament. In 1963, India took active step participation in negotiation of PTBT. Rajiv Gandhi, Indian Prime Minister in 1980s, addressed the UN. Then India advocated non-nuclear, non-violent world order. India also took steps for negotiation with respect to CTBT. India even active member, contributor to the Conference on Disarmament. Because of India's non-proliferation credentials, India has become member of various disarmament and arms control regimes. Although India does not have any obligation of non-proliferation or non-testing, India has a voluntary moratorium. India's nuclear doctrine, which talks about voluntary moratorium, no first use, etc. So we have an inbuilt non-proliferation system. So whether it is nationally, that is domestically, or regionally or multilaterally, regional in the sense, we will say all disputes need to be resolved through talks, peace. Myanmar, Afghanistan, Sri Lanka, everywhere. International disputes, disputes within countries or between countries should be resolved through what? Non-violent method, peaceful. India also, anyway, leave it. Multilateral, that is UN. Within the country, all these initiatives which we have taken, especially in the context of nuclear weapon. India's nuclear doctrine, 1998, no first use, minimum credible deterrent, voluntary moratorium. So as far as the India's approach or India's attempts for global disarmament and arms control, we have made significant contributions. But the question is, whether our non-signing of NPT, CTBT, and our reservation with FMCT create challenges for our commitment to global disarmament. On the one hand, we are saying that disarmament. On the other hand, we are saying that we will not be restricted by any treaty. So there seems to be some contradiction. We will say that we are putting only voluntary moratorium. If the security scenario is such that we have to test and produce, we will do that. So do you think that this violates our efforts to global disarmament and commitment to disarmament and arms control? Our commitment to arms control and disarmament and our commitment to our security go together. These are not mutually exclusive. India's security scenario is such that we have to be sufficient in various weapon systems so that we can defend our country. We are facing a 2.5 front war. So whether it is conventional weapons or strategic weapons, we have to be having a credible level. That is why we say minimum credible deterrent. We are a party to Chemical Weapon Convention and Biological Weapon Conventions. It shows our commitment. India wants universal, verifiable, non-discriminatory global disarmament regime. And we are committed to achieving it. That is the reason we have not shut out our participation in various organizations, including at the highest level, which is the UN. But we cannot be a party to a system which is discriminatory, which creates obligations for the developing countries, especially the global south, and opportunities for the global north. Anything you want to ask? 2 hours. Few other things are there, like there are some treaty, like Antarctica Treaty. Antarctica Treaty 1961, I think. This Antarctica Treaty is not a UN treaty. Antarctica Treaty is a treaty of, I think, 20 plus countries, which provide for, this treaty provide for demilitarization, or let's say non-militarization of Antarctica. Antarctica region will only be used for peaceful purposes. No military bases. Only scientific experiments and research in Antarctica. Within the Antarctica Treaty, there have been multiple other treaties also. That is why Antarctica Treaty is known as Antarctica Treaty System. India is a party to Antarctica Treaty. There is another treaty which is known as Outer Space Treaty. Outer Space Treaty. Outer space. This treaty says that nuclear weapon and strategic weapons will not be deployed in atmosphere, Earth's orbit, and outer space. So, weaponization of outer space is prevented or regulated, not regulated, prohibited by Outer Space Treaty. I think this treaty is also known as Moon Treaty. Moon. Because celestial bodies are also, I think, part of that. You see it? There is another treaty which is going on, negotiation, known as Paros Treaty. Paros. I think proliferation of arms race on outer space. I'm not sure about it. You see it, Paros Treaty. Because this weaponization of space is what we say, a future reality. As you know that space is being explored by various countries, even by private sector. So in future humanity, in future we might conduct class in moon and various other celestial bodies. So the war or the conflict or geopolitics, I won't say geopolitics, it is maybe, geo means earth. So celestial politics may be played out in those areas. No, cosmopolitics, cosmopolitics, maybe, yes. But we want to keep the space out of this rivalry because space is considered as a global common. Something, that concept of global commons. The oceans, the air, right, the space. So we need to keep this global commons out of this rivalry. So as far as space is concerned, there has been no specific treaty except this outer space treaty. So that is the reason this Paros is being discussed. There are many regional treaty dealing with nuclear weapon free zone. It is in Latin America, it is in Africa, it is in Central Asia and a few other areas also. Asia. Where?
Asian countries, East Asian countries.
Okay, yes. So these treaty have some special names. What you do is find out the name of it. The nuclear weapon free zone in the nuclear weapon free zone area treaty in Central America, in Latin America is known as this name. In Central Asia, this name. You may get questions to, what do you say, match the following. Just see the name of the treaty. और ये कहाँ पे है? Don't read the entire thing. क्या उसके अंदर क्या है? No, it's not necessary.
Sir, now the cyberspace is also cyberspace is also emerging. They are causing more damage than this conventional armaments.
Yes.
Sir, why not? Sir, because if a nuclear accident happens through cyber terrorism, sir, it will cause damage to more life. So
Yes, yes, true, true.
why we are negotiating on that? No recent developments regarding those negotiations.
No, it's not like that. I think there is one. Eh? It's not treaty. It's there is something. At the UN level, there is a negotiation going on with respect to the implication of artificial intelligence. But yes, true. This cyberspace is concerned. First of all, we should have a governance architecture with respect to the internet. This internet, which is the basis of this cyber system, is actually controlled by the USA. So, democratization of internet governance will be the beginning point of discussing these issues. But it is true that at the global level, we don't find such treaty or organization, but you might see information exchanges between countries and groupings. For let's say India, ASEAN, India, EU, you will find that joint working groups on cyber terrorism, intelligence sharing, etc. Yes, it is true that we should also try to develop, if we do not have one, to deal with the cyber security challenges also. Because the non-state actors are capable of misusing the cyberspace, right? Because most of the critical infrastructure are linked with this internet and other systems. So by hijacking, by hacking, etc., they can trigger it. So this is another area that has to be seen. In 2017, the UN has initiated another nuclear weapon free treaty. I think the exact word is, wait, I'll see it. Yes, Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapon. Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapon, 2017. Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapon, 2017. United Nations. But none of the nuclear weapon states, and including India, participated in this treaty negotiation. India's views or India's position is that Conference on Disarmament is the only multilateral forum through which we will discuss the disarmament, not any other thing. So, prohibition treaty, this treaty on the prohibition of nuclear weapon, क्या है वो word? Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, 2017, organized by the UN, was a non-starter. The President of USA, Obama, also during his tenure, launched something called Nuclear Security Summit, NSS. India also took part of that, part of this summit, simply a summit to discuss the various aspects of nuclear energy and its uses, and also the concept of dirty bomb has also been discussed. Dirty bomb means nuclear weapons having very low yield. As you know, these nuclear materials are used in various treatments. In medical field, these nuclear materials are also used. There is something called nuclear medicine. क्या है? Nuclear medicine. This nuclear medicine, which is a branch of medical science, uses various nuclear materials. So if such nuclear material, which has the capability to become a fissile material, if it goes in the hands of non-state actors, then they can use this material to create damage and destruction. So this Nuclear Security Summit also tried to address those problems. But after this, Obama moved out of this USA, this Nuclear Security Summit ended. Dirty bomb means low yield nuclear weapons. Made from nuclear materials used in sectors like nuclear medicine. Dirty bomb. ठीक है? In May 2023, Conference for Disarmament will be having their annual summit. अगर कुछ आता न्यूज़पेपर में, read it. Right? May, yes, read it. Your PT is May 28. If it comes, anyway, you read it, leave it. Next is, next क्या है? German chancellor, like the vice chancellor of university, German chancellor came to India recently, right? So Germany is a part of what? European Union. So we are going to see whether the visits of German chancellor will lead to improving or improved India-EU relation. वही है ना इसका heading. India-German relation as a pathway or gateway for improved India-EU relation. Leave the heading. This is the heading, don't worry. Before teaching you about the visit, it is necessary to teach you about European Union. The purpose of this topic is not India-Germany per se. Purpose is European Union. European Union. European Union is a group of 27 countries of Europe which coordinate their political, economic, security and foreign policies. Political, economic, security and foreign policies. 27 member countries. Headquarter of EU is Brussels, Belgium. History of EU. History of European Union. As you know, Europe suffered 2 world wars. Capitalism and its maturity and attendant desire for resource accumulation resulted into First and Second World War. Simply put, countries in Europe wanted access to natural resources. If you see Second World War, Alsace-Lorraine is a region which is very famous for coal, isn't it? Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is this. The Europe suffered 2 world wars. Europe did not want any third world war. One of the major reasons for these world wars has been distrust, lack of understanding, and also scramble for natural resources. The European countries decided that We should develop better relations among ourselves. We should build trust and confidence among members. We should coordinate our economic and social policies. That is why in 1952, European Coal and Steel Community was set up in 1952 by 6 countries. Treaty of Paris. Through Treaty of Paris in 1952, European Coal and Steel Community has been established. 6 members became part of this European Coal and Steel Community. This Treaty of Paris established an independent body which will supervise, organize various activities of coal and steel sector. So all the policies of development, production, trade of coal and steel will be overseen by an independent body, not by the countries themselves. So, independent body created. So this independent body which will have membership from these countries will decide. So there will be trust and confidence because independent body is doing it. In 1957, European Economic Community was established through Treaty of Rome. So Paris से कहाँ चला गया? Paris to Rome. European Economic Community was established in 1957, which provided for a common economic market. A common market has been established. European Economic Community. In 1993, European Union was established through Treaty of Maastricht. For 1993, Treaty of Maastricht. T-R-I-C-H-T. Treaty of Maastricht, 1993. European Union was established. In 2007, through Treaty of Lisbon, the current institutional structure of European Union came to being. Treaty of Lisbon, the current institutional structure of European Union came to existence. Now we are going to see what is the current existing structure of EU. There are 4 major organs of EU. कौन सा है? European Parliament. Second, Council of European Union. Third, European Commission. Fourth, European Council. 4 major organs of European Union. If you get a question on EU, what do? If it is a direct question about EU, use this framework, evolution, just write it. Organs, just write it. Then you come to the question. Anyway, European Parliament. Members to European Parliament are directly elected. By who? By the people of European Union. कितने लोग हैं? 27 countries. So directly elected. क्या काम करते हैं ये? अप्रूव बजट, बजट अप्रूवल. Council of European Union, the ministers of the member countries of EU, they are members of Council of European Union. So ministers of member countries of EU, for European ministers, yes, ministers of member countries of European Union are members of Council of European Union. European Parliament and Council of European Union together make legislation. EU laws, European Union laws are made by who? European Parliament and Council of European Union together. Don't ask me how. Right? Not important. If you want, you can go home and find out. Because to tell you this in a very simple manner, I had to do lot of hard work. Right? Anyway, European Council. European Council, not Council, Commission. Yes, European Commission. European Commission implements the decisions of this Parliament and Council. So European Commission is the implementing body of EU. The member countries of EU send one member each to European Commission. It's a European bureaucracy, you can say that. European IAS. It's a misnomer. European IAS, you would say European Administrative Service, maybe. European Commission. This European Commission can also propose legislation. कि भाई ये सही है, ये हो सकता है कानून, ये कर दो, ऐसा वाला. European Council. The head of government or head of state of European countries who are members of EU are part of European Council. इसका मतलब German Chancellor, Italian Prime Minister, French President, and all other President and Prime Minister, Chancellor, etc. are part of European Council. Highest level political arrangement within EU. Provides political direction to the whole European Union. Apart from these four, there are few other bodies like European Court of Justice, European Auditor General, etc. Not important, these are important. Okay? Now we said that in 2007, through Treaty of Lisbon, this system has been came into existence. But in 2016, another development happened. United Kingdom, which was part of European Union, voted to move out of European Union. So earlier 28, today 27. United Kingdom voted to move out of European Union. in 2016. This development is known as Brexit, Britain exit. कहाँ से? EU से. In 2020, formally UK withdrew from European Union. As of today, United Kingdom. I want the United Kingdom. Why? Anyway, as of today, UK is not part of EU. But have you come across this अच्छा इसको कैसे घुमाएं? ठीक है. Can you see? No? There is a difference between United Kingdom and Great Britain. It is United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. We use the word UK, United Kingdom. It's partial, it's not complete. The actual phrase is United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. देखो, Great Britain. The term Great Britain includes three components, I would say. Great Britain, कौन-कौन सा आते हैं इसके अंदर? Scotland, England and Wales. Scotland, Wales and England together are known as Great Britain or Britain in general. Scotland, Britain, Wales. Wales. Not whale, that whale. Whale, W-A-L-E-S. If you add Northern Ireland to this Great Britain, you will get UK. So United Kingdom includes Northern Ireland and Great Britain. Great Britain means England, Wales, Scotland. Now the problem is UK decided to move out of Brexit, EU. But if you see the history of Ireland, which I am not inclined to explain, not because of I don't know, but because I expect you to know this and lack of time. Republic of Ireland is a different country. If you know the this poet, क्या नाम है उनका? छोड़ो. Republic of Ireland and Northern Ireland. Northern Ireland is part of UK. Republic of Ireland is a different country. During the 19th and 20th centuries, the Britain and this Ireland were at war. Ireland was a colony of Britain. So the Irish people, they decided and took up arms against British imperialism. Like Indians were fighting British, Irish were fighting British there. Later, the Irish people and Irish leaders and the British government came to an agreement known as Good Friday Agreement. Good Friday Agreement, also known as Belfast Agreement. Under this agreement, this area, Northern Ireland, became part of UK, and other part became a different country. But as you know, this Northern Ireland and Republic of Ireland are culturally, ethnically very close, similar. In the context of EU, this UK and Republic of Ireland were part of EU. But when UK went out of what? EU, then this border became very hard in the sense that this is part of EU. This is part of non-EU. So if a country is EU, another neighboring country is non-EU, what will be the customs procedure there? It is as if India and Pakistan, or let's say India and Nepal, no, I won't say India and Nepal, it is like India and Myanmar, or let's say Russia and China. If you are part of an economic union or common market, then there will be free movement of goods, people, service, etc. But because of this, Northern Ireland, being part of UK, became a non-participant in EU. But Republic of Ireland is an EU country. In the context of EU, there has been free movement here, Republic of Ireland and Northern Ireland. In Northern Ireland, my family has a shop, let's say restaurant, and the family members are living in Republic of Ireland. So I can order food from here. By virtue of they becoming in one single common market, this movement can be very easy. Both people, both food, both commodity. But when this country went out of EU, then the older system of border control came to being. UK's exit from EU created problems for trade relation, culture relation, export, etc. between Republic of Ireland and Northern Ireland. Not only that, this also created, this created this. So in order to address this problem, European Union came out with something called Northern Ireland Protocol. Northern Ireland Protocol. It means what? It means although UK went out of EU, this Northern Ireland will remain within EU for the purpose of common market. Which means this for the purpose of common market means free trade. This will be EU. So this is EU, this is EU, no problem. But the problem came in different way. How? This is EU, this is non-EU. So the problem which was experiencing here, transferred here. Northern Ireland became part of EU for the purpose of common market, free movement of goods and services. But what about Scotland, England and Wales? These are non-EU. So theoretically speaking, this is another country, this is another country. So the goods which are moving from this area to Northern Ireland, they had to face lot of custom controls. For the free movement of trade and people, and for that matter commodities between Northern Ireland and the other parts of UK became very challenging. Trucks have been held up in the borders, especially at the ports. Food, fish, everything started rotting. You know that in India, the border trade with other countries, to clear that customs procedures, it takes a lot of time. Similarly, because of the European Union element in Northern Ireland and the other parts of UK not being European Union, created a lot of challenges for trade between these two. This created problems here. They said, why this is happening to us? We are part of UK. We should be having free trade. Now it is impacting my business. That is the reason recently, I hope you are reading newspaper. If you are not reading, recently this Windsor agreement. Windsor agreement has been signed to streamline the trade between UK and Northern Ireland. क्या देख रहे हो? Windsor. क्यों? I am not saying I am infallible. Infallibility, you know, this one, infallibility. What meaning? Infallibility. There are only two individuals who are infallible in this world or beyond the world. Infallible means a person who cannot commit any mistake. कुछ गलत कर ही नहीं सकता. कौन है? One is God. And second, you know, कौन है? Infallible. मैं नहीं हूं. You know that. Anyway, the point is that, चलो आगे चलते हैं. कहाँ थे? Windsor agreement. Windsor agreement. This Windsor agreement provided for streamlining the trade between UK and Northern Ireland. You must be seen. You must have seen this red line, green line, etc. in the newspaper. Trade between UK and Northern Ireland, which are exclusive between these two countries. It will be through green line. Green lane, LANE, green. इसका मतलब UK से अगर कुछ goods Northern Ireland में जाना है, that will be free movement. It will be considered as this Northern Ireland is part of UK, no problem. But कहाँ चला गया? But any item which goes from this UK to Northern Ireland and to Republic of Ireland, it will be subject to the actual custom regulations. Northern Ireland वाला यहाँ बैठ के खाना ऑर्डर किया स्विगी में, खाना Northern Ireland कहाँ चला गया? So the food will come from Scotland, and food will be consumed where? In Northern Ireland. For this trade or transaction is happening where? Within UK. So this food will come through something called green lane. Green means it's like a channel. Simply means if the trade happens within UK, it will be almost free. पहले कैसा था वैसे ही होगा. It will be as if trade is happening between Scotland and England. But food ordered from here, let's say something is coming from here through this Ireland. Something is going to Republic of Ireland through Northern Ireland. Then it will be deemed to be a trade between EU country and non-EU country. ठीक है? Yes or no? This is not a Windsor arrangement or agreement. This Windsor agreement also provided for something called Stormont break. क्या है? You will find out in the examination. UPSC might ask this. क्या है? Stormont break. Stormont is the name of the legislature of Northern Ireland, if I am not wrong. I'll tell you that after. Stormont break. It simply means all those EU regulations which the Northern Ireland Parliament believes are against their interest, so they can refuse to implement them. Store mount, break लगा दी, ठीक है?
Sir,
हाँ पूछो.
sir, still the trade between Northern Ireland and Republic of Ireland is without border. Like
Yes.
earlier. Like earlier.
Absolutely. But the point, हाँ पूछो. Yes.
Sir, uske baad UK and Ireland also, they have no trade restrictions now. North Ireland, Northern Ireland.
If the goods coming from England or Wales or Scotland goes through Northern Ireland and to the Republic of Ireland, then the goods will be subjected to the customs control.
Sir, but
As
how,
if the
sir?
trade is, हाँ बोलो.
Sir, kaise? But वो तो border free hai, and this upper border is also free. So, sir, how will they regulate it?
पता नहीं. So, see, if one truck is coming from Northern Ireland, sorry, not Northern Ireland, Wales, ट्रक आ रहा है कुछ सामान लेके, उसमें लिखा तो होगा ना कहाँ ले जा रहे हैं. देयर इज समथिंग कॉल्ड इनवॉइस, कहाँ जा रहे हैं, किधर जा रहे हैं, कहाँ से आया है, क्या है इसके अंदर. If it is going to Northern Ireland, stop, they are using it, no problem. If it is going to this, through this border, then all the custom regulation will be there. पर इतना तो होगा. If the goods are being smuggled, then it will be difficult. But we believe that Irish and the Welsh and the British are law-abiding people. Chalo. History of EU, structure of EU, recent development of EU. Now the question is India-EU relation. We are dealing with India-EU. We are dealing with India-Germany. In order to teach you India-Germany, we need to know what is EU, isn't it? And after that, we should also know what has been the evolution of relation between India and EU. India initiated diplomatic relations with European Economic Community. So, 1960s, diplomatic relation. किसके साथ? European Economic Community. 1990s, क्या हुआ? 1990s में? EU formed. तो इंडिया ने क्या किया? India and EU entered into something called joint political statement. And connectivity agreement. Joint political statement and connectivity agreement. 1990s. Huh? Connectivity. Wait. Yes. It is given in the booklet. Then I need not teach you these things. Isn't it? But again, I want to reduce your burden. 1990s. 2000, क्या किया? India EU summit meeting. India EU strategic partnership. ये है उसमें 2020 क्या किया इंडिया ने? 15th India-EU summit meeting. और क्या किया इंडिया ने? इंडिया-EU लीडर्स मीटिंग. India-EU leaders meeting. This 15th summit meeting is a very important meeting. Why it is so? Because this 15th summit meeting provided for a roadmap of relations between India and EU. Roadmap, framework. Some of the important areas that was provided under this roadmap are, ये है? नहीं है? Number 1, foreign policy and security. Number 2, global governance. Trade and economy. People to people, etc. This 15th India-EU summit provided for roadmap. How we can proceed further. Security and policy, foreign policy, trade and economy, global governance, people to people exchange, etc. have also been the themes. This India-EU leaders meeting in 2021 decided that we should revive something called BBTIA, not BBTIS, BTIA, Broad-Based Trade and Investment Agreement. Beginning from 2000, mid-2000 till 13-14, India and EU have been discussing or negotiating on a free trade agreement. The free trade agreement is known as Broad-Based Trade and Investment Agreement. If you see UPSC previous question papers, you will find this. BTIA or BBTIA. Broad-Based Trade and Investment Agreement. But because of large number of challenges and lack of agreements, this trade agreement did not materialize. So talks were stalled. So the India-EU Leaders Summit meeting in 2021 decided that हमें ये शुरू करना है दोबारा. So they decided that we should resume the talks with respect to this BBTIA. As of today, this BBTIA is known as India-EU Trade and Investment Agreement. As of today, or currently, India and EU are discussing or negotiating a India-EU Trade and Investment Agreement, which is like a comprehensive economic partnership agreement. What are the significance of EU to India? EU से क्या फायदा हमें है? EU is the, I think we have provided that in the material, isn't it? Right. India is among the largest trade partners of EU is the one among the largest trade partner of India. EU is the one among the largest trade partner of India. Why one among? This keeps changing. If you see 2021, EU is the second largest partner. Second largest partner of trade. In 2021, $116 billion trade happened between India and EU. And India has a trade surplus with European Union. EU is the second largest export market of India. Second largest export market. So in the context of economic relation, EU is significant for us. Defense relation. Very important. Because EU means what? You can use France, Italy and various other countries. India wants to diversify its source of defense requirement, especially in the context of Russia-Ukraine war and sanctions on Russia. USA is saying, if you buy S-400, we'll apply CAATSA. So India is thinking that we'll move towards European Union. So as far as defense is concerned, and not only that, with major countries of EU like France, India has strategic partnership as well as very deep-rooted defense relation. Rafale खरीद लिया हमने, कहाँ से? France से, in a very transparent manner, isn't it? And that also helped one Chief Justice to become a Rajya Sabha MP. कितना फायदा हो गया देखो EU से. Anyway, another important area is science and technology and innovation. See, European Union nations are technologically advanced. They are highly innovative nations. In fact, recently India-Nordic summit happened. Nordic. क्या है? Nordic. Nordic means no. Those countries having what do we say? Those countries in the Nordic dealing with the Norwegian, right? Norwegian. There are 5 Nordic countries: Finland, Denmark, Iceland, Sweden, Norway. Yes. So India-Nordic summit happened. Most of the Nordic countries are also part of EU, but not all. That we will discuss later. India-Nordic summit. These Nordic countries are very advanced in terms of renewable energy, critical technologies, green hydrogen. So in the context of science and technology and critical, what do we say? Yes, science, technology, critical technologies, artificial intelligence, renewable energy, etc., etc. European Union is also helping India in the context of development, providing grants. There is this European Central Bank. So whether it is development, economic, defense, and also strategic relation. In the context of Indo-Pacific, the Russia-Ukraine war, and changing security scenario in the EU or in the Europe, the European Union is trying to enter into alliance or a partnership with various other countries, including India. We'll study India, we'll study this Indo-Pacific later. You will understand this point. There is huge scope of trade between India and EU. That is the reason we are discussing in this BTIA. One of the major problems earlier, before the withdrawal of Britain from EU, has been UK has many issues with respect to this BTIA or trade agreement. Now the problem, the spoiled child is out of the grouping. Britain is out of that. When you study the India, one of the major issues between this India and EU with respect to this trade agreement has been wines and alcohol, spirit, etc. Scotch whiskey. Scotland is famous for Scotch whiskey, alcohol, daru. So, while negotiation was going on with respect to this FTA, UK wanted that India should provide less tariff or free access to this wine and alcohol. I won't say free, but liberalized tariff regime with respect to wines, alcohol and spirit. अब ये जो है नहीं है यहाँ पर. Now UK is not part of this EU. So one of the major irritant of India-EU by free trade agreement talks is not there. So it is providing opportunities. Simply put, India-EU have huge scope for engaging, expanding, diversifying, deepening what? Trade and investment. Now the question is whether the German Chancellor's visit to India will help improving or deepening India-EU relation or not. Germany is the largest economy of European Union. The strongest country, arguably, in European Union because UK is not part of EU. So Germany is the leader of European Union. So India and Germany relation, improvement in India and Germany relation will definitely help improving India and EU relation. But before coming to the conclusion, let us see India-Germany relation, how it has been, India and Germany. As you know, after Second World War, Germany was divided into two Germany, West Germany and East Germany. West Germany was known as FDR, Federal Democratic Republic. FDR. East Germany was known as German Democratic Republic, GDR, which was under the control of USSR. Democratic be here, Republic be here. Anyway, so in 1947 onwards, India recognized West Germany. India had diplomatic relations with West Germany. Indian prime ministers have visited West Germany. Even Jawaharlal Nehru visited. The chancellors of West Germany visited India. But in 1990s, when Berlin Wall fell and the unification of Germany happened and India opened up its economy, globalization began, Cold War ended, all these developments resulted into better India-Germany relations. India and Germany signed a strategic partnership in early 2000. Strategic partnership. So it is not only with who? EU. We have strategic partnership. We have with Germany also. Yes. – 2001. Strategic partnership India-Germany 2001. If you get a question on India-Germany, this is for you. Because the individual has come to India. Although he came to India, no substantial agreement have been signed. That we will see later. But because he has come to India, UPSC might be tempted to ask Germany, India. That is why we are also tempted to teach you. India, Germany. 2001 strategic partnership. India and Germany also have institutionalized mechanisms at various levels to have structured talks on areas like security, trade, investment, science and technology, agriculture, renewable energy, etc., etc. These are common. There is a significant proportion of Indian people, diaspora, in Germany. So diaspora is also is a very significant presence in Germany. Not only that, India and Germany are also cooperating in multilateral institutions. For instance, G4, Germany, Japan, Brazil, India, G4, reforms in UNSC. Germany is a country which is moving towards renewable energy, a technological powerhouse, an economic growth center of Europe. And automobile sector behemoth, that BMW, etc., कहाँ से आया है? वहाँ से. So renewable energy, this critical technology, etc., are also important areas of cooperation between India and Germany. But apart from the economic significance, Indo-German relations are also having strategic dimension. Germany is showing increasing attention in the Indo-Pacific. You should keep this in mind, the Russia-Ukraine war and the prevailing and continuing USA-China rivalry has forced many nations to fundamentally change the way they approach their foreign policy. As of today, Germany sees the Indo-Pacific region, which we'll study later, as an important foreign policy construct, in the sense that German trade, export, movement of goods and services across the Indian Ocean region and Indo-Pacific are very important from the point of view of Germany. Germany wants this free, open, peaceful Indo-Pacific. Because of that, Germany is increasingly focusing on Indo-Pacific region. Germany does not have a border with either Pacific or Indian Ocean. Hence, Germany requires those countries which are having borders and significant presence in Indian Ocean region to be partners. So, Germany feels that improvement in Indo-German relation will not only address the economic opportunities or let's say help develop economic opportunities, but also help meet the strategic objectives. It is in this context that India and Germany are also talking or discussing for deepening their defense engagements. It is said that both are discussing on co-development of submarines. Not nuclear submarine, no. Not nuclear submarine. Germany is the Japan of Europe. You know what I meant by this? Germany is the Japan of Europe. Think about it. India and Germany are discussing and negotiating or in talks for technology transfer, co-development of weapon systems. Especially some submarines are going to be built. So India and Germany are also increasing their defense cooperation. Not only that, India and Germany, their naval forces conducted maritime exercises in Gulf of Eden. Not only that, India, Germany, France, trilateral naval exercise happened. Naval exercise, India, France, Germany, in Indian Ocean region. So there is huge, deepening defense relation between India and Germany. And this has to be seen in the larger security scenario in the Indo-Pacific. Because the freedom of trade in Indo-Pacific is very important for Germany as it is important for India. But Chinese actions in Indo-Pacific provide challenges to the German interest. So there are prospects of Indo-German relations. Prospects mean opportunities. Opportunity in the context of defense, trade, investment, critical technologies, the strategic dimensions, etc. But the major challenge is German economy is intricately linked with Chinese economy. German economic system is linked with Chinese economy because export-import relation. Major raw materials coming from China. German companies establishing or having manufacturing bases in China. So it is not possible to completely decouple or disengage with China. So Germany cannot take such actions at present to antagonize or cut off relation with Germany. And not only that, China is not the neighbor of Germany. Germany does not have China as neighbor. Germany does not have China as neighbor. So the concerns of India with China will not be the same. So when this Galvan happened, etc., and Chinese aggression, etc., happened, Germany was muted in its response. In fact, the whole EU did not come into support of India the way we expected. But having said that, Indo-German relation is on the right track. The changing geopolitical scenario has provided much needed momentum and bandwidth for Indo-German relation. Because Germany being the strongest economy of European Union, and the visiting chancellor himself said that I will take personal interest in improving India-EU relation and concluding the India-EU FTA. We can say that the German visit, Indo-German relation, can help in improving, diversifying Indo-EU relations also. The German chancellor who came to India, because of that, 2 agreements have been signed. 2 agreements. Outcome of the German chancellor visit. A vision document has been signed. Vision document has been signed. On what? Document to strengthen cooperation in innovation and technology. Vision document to strengthen cooperation in innovation and technology. Second, cooperation in green hydrogen. You won't find that in the material. In fact, you won't find this in hardly any website or any sources. If you have the patience, then you may. Cooperation in green hydrogen, fuel technology and solar energy. 2 दिन घूमे इंडिया में, दिल्ली में चाय पिया, उसके बाद चला गया. So both the head of the state are very much fond of tea. One of the tea maker, our prime minister, ran a tea stall on a railway station. This individual is also very much fond of tea. So चाय की दोस्ती can improve relation, bilateral relation, है कि नहीं? Indo-German relation can improve India-EU relation. But the point is that India should not depend upon Germany. India should also improve its relation with other countries in EU, like Italy and various other countries. Right? Anyway, next. Indo-Pacific and Indo-Australia. ये ना? You want break? Because you have Indo-Pacific, Middle East peace process and one more. The 5th topic is very easy, nothing much about it. Although generally I take polity topic for 2 hours, but this time it is IR. If you want to take a break, you can take 5, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, you can come after that. Otherwise you can continue. It will take almost 3 hours more, I think. Not 3, 7, no? Maybe 1.5 or 2 hours. Or in between, if you want to go, you can go. Australian Prime Minister also visited India. Right? Our Prime Minister is also very much fond of cricket. Prime Minister of Australia is also very much fond of cricket. So with Germany, tea. With Australia, cricket. Question is, क्या है हेडिंग? India-Australia relation. Whether improvement or developments in India's bilateral relation with India and Australia. Can help India's objectives in Indo-Pacific. What are the implications of India-Australia relation within the larger Indo-Pacific? देखो ये टॉपिक निकालने का मतलब ये था कि इंडो पैसिफिक पढ़ाना है, राइट? इंडो पैसिफिक, इंडो ऑस्ट्रेलिया you will find it in the notebooks, no problem, but Indo Pacific something you should know. Indo Pacific, what is Indo Pacific? IP. Why Indo Pacific? Various strategies of countries with respect to Indo-Pacific. India and Indo-Pacific. This is what we are going to see. Indo-Pacific. क्या है Indo-Pacific? There is no standard accepted definition of Indo-Pacific. But generally, Indo-Pacific is considered as an interconnected space between Indian Ocean region, between Indian Ocean and the Pacific Ocean. Indo-Pacific is an integrated theater that covers the waters of Indian Ocean and Pacific Ocean and also includes the littoral states around the oceans. See the definition I am giving you. If you are writing it, it will help you. Otherwise, help yourself. Yes. 5 minutes or 10 minutes you can have, definitely, because this class will run till 9 minimum. You can sit here, but I will finish this, then only I will go. If you want to sit, you can. Otherwise, you can watch the video later. It's up to you. But as of now, if you want break, you can take break. कितने minutes चाहिए? 5? Yes, 5 or 10. If you want to have tea also, you can go have if you want. Anyway, fine. You can take 10 minutes break. So we are 7:15 in my watch. So we will be meeting in 7:25 according to my watch. Because this topic will not get over otherwise. Right? I know that you are coming from far away, right? But see, this is available in the portal. Right, this is available in the portal. You can watch it. Even in the YouTube also it is available. Don't worry. You can ask me if you have any doubts, etc. Don't worry about that. We have preponed the timing of the ED class. Earlier it was at 5 o'clock. Right? We preponed it to 4. Generally it gets over at 8:30 or something like that. But today it will take time. Because these are things which generally you don't know. It is necessary that you should get a clarity on this. Right? So I understand your issues, but please manage accordingly. Take break. You can go have water and take some refreshment if you want. Come back. Online students, we are having 10 minutes break.
Okay, sir.
YouTube students also 10 minutes break.
Okay, sir.
चलो. शुरू करें? ऑनलाइन स्टूडेंट्स, आर यू देयर? शिव प्रसाद, अमित,
Yes, sir.
वेरी गुड. Indo-Pacific. Why PTBT did not cover underground test? Because the countries wanted to proliferate. It was a period of Cold War. Who wants to control it? And in order to make other countries to part of this PTBT, this option was given. Anyway, what is Indo-Pacific? Interconnected space between Indian Ocean and Pacific Ocean. Integrated theater having the waters of Indian Ocean and Pacific Ocean, and also involving the littoral state within the region. Littoral means coastal area. Indo-Pacific is essentially a maritime concept. The emergence of Indo-Pacific has to be located in various other developments. In order to appreciate and understand the concept of Indo-Pacific, we should understand what is Asia-Pacific. Asia-Pacific in general means those part of Asia opening out to Pacific Ocean, which simply means countries in Asia having borders with Pacific Ocean. Asia Pacific, those parts of Asia having borders with Pacific Ocean. So, is China part of Asia Pacific?
Yes, sir.
Is Thailand part of Asia Pacific? Is Japan part of Asia Pacific? Singapore, everything. Is India part of Asia Pacific? No. No. But is India part of Indo-Pacific? Yes. So the emergence of Indo-Pacific shows a shift from Asia Pacific towards Indian Ocean region. In Asia Pacific, China is the what? Dominant country. Because Asia Pacific is considered to be an economic organization, economic region. It is true that USA is also maritime wise have borders with this Pacific Ocean. But Asia Pacific, the concept, the term means those part of Asia having borders with Pacific Ocean. Hence, USA is not part of it. In Asia Pacific, China is the dominant country. South China Sea is an essential or important region under Asia Pacific. But Indo-Pacific seems to replace Asia Pacific. The emergence of Indo-Pacific, the reason we will see later, undermines the influence of China in Asia Pacific. That is why China says Indo-Pacific is a construct created by USA and its allies to diminish, control Chinese influence in Asia Pacific. China says Indo-Pacific strategy is anti-China strategy. You coined Indo-Pacific to contain China. what is the extent of Indo-Pacific? Extent means territorial or maritime or geographical expansion. कहाँ से कहाँ तक है Indo-Pacific? Let's see if it is possible. कहाँ चला गया? On this one, on this one, this one. Yes. Can you see? Although there is no accepted definition of Indo-Pacific, and although there is no acceptance with respect to expansion of Indo-Pacific, generally it is held that Indo-Pacific stretches from east coast of Africa through the Indian Ocean region to the Western Pacific Ocean. Roughly, east coast of Africa, Western Pacific Ocean, covering this area. So, in general, Indo-Pacific extends from east coast of Africa to the Western Pacific. India sees Indo-Pacific as a maritime concept, a maritime space, which essentially stretches from Eastern Africa or the shores of Eastern Africa to the shores of Americas. Ministry of Defense document. Our Raksha Mandri says that as for India, Indo-Pacific क्या है? East coast of Africa से coastline of America in the Western Pacific. Americas, not one America. Americas मतलब south and this. This is India's position, which is largely similar to others. But there are no accepted position or what exactly is Indo-Pacific. It is an emerging one. But for our understanding, for our studies, for our UPSC, we will be taking Indo-Pacific as this. East coast of Africa towards west coast of Pacific. So Australia, this Indian Ocean region, South China Sea, Japan, South Korea, USA, some countries of Latin America will also come in this. So major countries of Indo-Pacific कौन-कौन है? USA, Australia, Japan, India, China, Indonesia, the ASEAN countries, South Korea, यहाँ पे अगर है France, UK you can say Diego Garcia. So in Asia Pacific there is no UK, there is no India, there is no France. But in Indo-Pacific, who? India, UK and France. So do you think that the formulation of Indo-Pacific, which includes countries like UK, France and India, which are partners and allies of USA, are formed essentially to counter Chinese influence? if there is a strategy on Indo-Pacific, it will include UK, USA, France, Japan, USA, etc., which are generally partners. If there is a strategy on Asia-Pacific, then all these countries are excluded. Chinese rise, Chinese hegemony, Chinese influence cannot be met alone by USA. So USA requires allies and partners. So in Asia Pacific, no ally, very less number of allies and partners. So USA brought something called Indo-Pacific. Indo-Pacific will have these people. Who? India, UK and France and others. So China says that Indo-Pacific is anti-China strategy or anti-China construct. So Indo-Pacific, interconnected space, integrated theater, east coast of Africa to west Pacific, an emerging concept which trying to replace Asia Pacific. Clear? You understand? You got a picture of Indo-Pacific? Now, why Indo-Pacific? Why this idea? Why this construct? Why this conceptualization, formalization of Indo-Pacific? Why there is diplomatic currency for Indo-Pacific? Why there is shift from Indo-Ocean region to Indo-Pacific? We hardly see Indo-Ocean region, Indian Ocean these days. Indo-Pacific, 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 everything is Indo-Pacific. Why this is so? There are two major reasons, two categories of reasons, two types of reasons of why Indo-Pacific. One is economic, second is strategic. The strategic reasons are more prominent reasons rather than economic. Economic means what? Very easy for you. This Indo-Pacific is what? 80% of world trade goes through Indo-Pacific. This Indo-Pacific is a region which has critical waterways, Malacca, Hormuz. This is also a region of very big economies, market, population. Economic, क्या है? 80% trade. Then FLOC, flock, sea lanes of communication, like Malacca, all those things. Next, population. I think 65% of GDP, global population lives here. Anyway, I'm not sure about the number, but population, market, economic growth, this is happening in this region. Ocean resources, like blue economy, etc. Energy, resources, energy, oil, natural gas.
Sir, demographic dividend.
Population. ठीक है.
Sir, it different concept ना, because human resources in Asia.
ठीक है, लिख दिया demographic dividend. चलो. Demographic dividend, because very young population, opportunity for development, trade, investment. Agreed. Demographic dividend. Fine, economic reasons are there. So that is why there is huge focus of various countries in this Indo-Pacific region. But apart from that, the most important thing this is strategic reason. Strategic means, I would say, ambition for power, containing other countries' rise, maintaining influence. This is what I mean by strategic. Or security, defense, hegemony. In order to understand the strategic significance or strategic reasons behind Indo-Pacific, we should understand what? We should understand something else. What is that something else? We should understand some developments. The first development has been the global financial crisis and American misadventure in various countries like Iraq and Afghanistan. All these developments resulted into diminishing authority, influence of USA. This has been the period where emerging economies like China, India and other countries have become influential and powerful. See, it is difficult in the sense that you should imagine this. This is a trend which is going on, which has gone. It's a pattern you have to visualize. You can't see that. These are not tangible things. Right? So there has been a power shift of power from west to east. Emerging economies like India, China and the Asian countries, and diminishing stature of USA. These two things happened together. And as you know, China opened up its economy in 1980s. 3 decades of continuous 10% growth enabled China to develop its economic and military might. Because of this economic and military might, China started controlling or interfering within its neighborhood. The Cold War rivalry between Russia and USA, or for that matter USSR and USA, was replaced by China and USA. USA believed that, in fact felt that or realized that China is the new USSR. China is the new USSR for us. So the rivalry is between China and USA. So USA decided that we should control the influence and rise of China. And USA strategic community realized that the great game will be played out in Indian Ocean region and the Indo-Pacific, this region, South China Sea and other area. Asia century, 21st century is going to be Asia's century. Hence, within this 21st centuries of Asia, this Indian Ocean region or the extended Asia Pacific, this is the region that is most important. This is the region where China is trying to influence or trying to control the affairs of country. China is trying to emerge as the overlord of this region. We need to control China. We need to focus upon Asia. USA in 2010 launched a policy called Pivot to Asia policy. Indo-Pacific, its emergence, its provenance or significance or predominance needs to be seen in USA policy of pivot to Asia. And what is this pivot to Asia? It simply means USA will be focusing more on the Asian region. USA will be investing its political and diplomatic resources in Asian region. USA will be shifting its resources from the Middle East and the European area to the East. So pivot to Asia simply means shifting foreign policy focus of USA and shifting resources from the Middle East and the European region to Asia, especially South Asia and Southeast Asia. Which simply means USA will be focusing more on this region. और this region में कौन है बड़ा आदमी? China. So when USA focusing on this region, will it create conflict between these two countries?
Yes, sir.
Yes. But in order to understand this pivot to Asia and Indo-Pacific, we also need to understand another thing. That is, anyway, that I will tell you later. Leave it. This is enough. So, pivot to Asia 2010 created a beginning of USA's entry to this Asian region. The fundamental objective has been to check the rise of China. In this context, USA adopted various strategies and policies. USA co-opted various other countries. Co-opted, which means made partners. This pivot to Asia and subsequent developments of USA and various other countries, we'll see that later, how. Provided currency to the Indo-Pacific. Currency means emergence, significance. Because of USA's focus in this region, various other countries also started focusing in this region. USA is a country which has many allies. If USA is coming into this region, Australia will come, Japan will come also with USA, France will come, UK will come. And the interests of these countries are similar. So they come together, form a group, formulate various strategies to control the rise of China. The strategic reason behind Indo-Pacific is containment of China. And USA shift the very strategic refocus of USA from the west to east. Remember, we have provided you one booklet, Strategic Refocus of USA, in IAS Foundation batch. Strategic refocus. The strategic reason is not only limited to USA. We will also see the actions, policies initiated by various other countries in the context of Indo-Pacific, including India. But in the backdrop of this pivot to Asia 2010, USA have taken various other initiatives. Now what we are going to see is the various initiative steps, strategies taken by major countries in the region. USA ने क्या किया, जापान ने क्या किया, ऑस्ट्रेलिया ने क्या किया, इंडिया ने क्या किया और चाइना ने क्या नहीं किया. ठीक है? Various strategies or initiative, whatever that might be. It is given in the booklet, but still I will teach you, don't worry. USA, पहले देखते हैं. National Security Strategy of USA 2019, NSS 2019. National Security Strategy 2019. This strategy provided that we want free, open Indo-Pacific. Free and open Indo-Pacific. Means Indo-Pacific में freedom of trade होना चाहिए. No country can control this area. This is international water. Indo-Pacific Economic Framework 2021. Indo-Pacific Economic Framework. This is a grouping of like-minded countries for promotion of economic development. Oh, the objective is to promote economic cooperation. It is not a free trade agreement, neither it is a treaty. It has 4 major pillars. 1, trade and anti-corruption, energy and infrastructure, taxation and anti-corruption. Taxation and, it is given there, book mein. Don't worry. है नहीं है अच्छा कोई बात नहीं, I'll tell you. Taxation and anti-corruption, number 1. Number 2, energy and infrastructure. Number 4, free trade. Not number 4, number 3. There is one more. एक मिनट रुक जाओ. Supply chain. Supply chain. 4th one is free trade. As far as these 4 pillars, as far as these 3 pillars are concerned, India is part of this IPEF. As far as free trade pillar is concerned, India is not part. India has some reservation with respect to this 4th pillar of IPEF. But Indo-Pacific Economic Partnership or Economic Framework aims at development, infrastructure, creation, etc. within the Indo-Pacific region. This has to be seen in the context of Belt and Road Initiative that I will tell you later. IPEF. कौन लेके आया? USA. If India part of 3, not this. Discussion is going on this. Free trade. Next is Indo-Pacific Strategy Document 2022. Leave the, I think 2022, yes. Indo-Pacific Strategy Document. Indo-Pacific Strategy Document. See, nobody is going to ask USA ka kya hai. But a question on this Indo-Pacific comes. What you do is just write this point 1 or 2. How various countries are dealing with Indo-Pacific. USA, Japan, China, India, etc. 4. 2 or 3 points. That's it. So in a half page you can write this. After that you explain the theme of the question. Right? USA renamed its Pacific Command to Indo-Pacific Command. Indo-Pacific Command. Pacific Command का नाम चेंज करते क्या कर दिया? Indo-Pacific Command. etc. Not only that, USA is engaging with like-minded countries for developing partnerships and groupings. Very easy for you. Quad, AUKUS, etc. So USA is not only doing individually, but also engaging with other countries, like-minded countries, for developing partnerships within Indo-Pacific. ठीक है? USA ये कर रहा है. Japan. In fact, it was the Japanese Prime Minister in 2007, Shinzo Abe, who was unfortunately assassinated recently. So, Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe provided a forceful plea for focusing on Indo-Pacific. Shinzo Abe in 2007 gave a lecture in Indian Parliament. The lecture was known as Confluence of Seas lecture. छोड़ो कोई बात नहीं, leave it. चलो लिखते हैं. Confluence of 2 seas. So Shinzo Abe in 2007 advocated focusing upon 2 seas. Confluence means joining. कौन सा 2 sea है? Indian Ocean, Pacific Ocean. So it was Japan or Japanese government who provided the first systematic conceptualization of Indo-Pacific. Japan also has a strategy known as free and open Indo-Pacific strategy, FOIP. So Japan's strategy in Indo-Pacific is known as FOIP, FOIP, Free and Open Indo-Pacific. Japan is also this is the name of document strategy. This is one of the aim of it. Every country wants that free, open, inclusive, prosperous Indo-Pacific, except China. You see India. India wants free, open, Indo-Pacific, prosperous. Everybody wants it, except China, Russia, and North Korea. Another strategy is AGC, Asia-Africa Growth Corridor. We have also provided some more thing in that, partnership for quality infrastructure, etc. That you can use for PT examination. Asia-Africa Growth Corridor, which I have already taught you earlier. Japan and India, right, coming together to develop infrastructure facilities in Asian and African region. So this has to be seen in the context of Belt and Road Initiative. That I will explain later. Because China is creating, चलो अभी पढ़ा लेता है, उसके बाद खत्म, ठीक है. This BRI. Now, in 2013, Xi Jinping, the individual who does not have any temptation to remain in power, one of the most selfless individual that China has seen, who recently gave himself a third time as the president of China. So he decided that my influence should not only be limited in China. I should be known. I should be the Vishwaguru. But not in Hindi, but in Chinese language, whatever they say that. So China should be the god or overlord of the entire world. But Middle Kingdom, its influence will be within that area. That's true that China sees itself as a kingdom within the Asia. The entire Asia is China sees its, what we say, playground, or let's say the sphere of influence. But this BRI is not only limited to China, Asia. It is going still Europe, till Spain it is going, the Africa. Right? It's true that Middle Kingdom is an approach, a philosophy. But Xi Jinping is not happy with being middle. He wants to be the top. So he introduced this BRI, Belt and Road Initiative. This BRI was earlier known as One Belt, One Road. As with China, leave it, छोड़ो. अब बताता हूँ, what is this Belt and Road Initiative? It simply means a set of commercial and infrastructural facilities Belt and Road Initiative, earlier known as One Belt, One Road. China is trying to create infrastructure facilities, ports, industrial corridors, and various other social and economic infrastructure in countries of Asia, Latin America, not Latin America, countries of Asia, Africa, and the Mediterranean and Eastern Europe. Belt and Road. Belt means this red wala, belt. So, surface infrastructure creation, surface level, territorial, road, transport facilities, corridors, industrial establishment, etc. part of one belt. ये क्या है? This one going on. What is this? हाँ, very good. This is CPEC, China-Pakistan Economic Corridor. So this is part of what? Belt. Now what is this road? Generally road passes through territorial area, domain. You can't see road in water, isn't it? But Chinese have their own way of doing things. They are different. In order to look different, they said, we will call road this. We'll call the routes in the ocean as road. So belt and road. This blue line is the road. Blue line क्या है? Road. Red line क्या है? Belt. So belt and road initiative. What they are doing? They are giving money to other countries and they are providing them technical assistance and labor. They are creating ports, industrial establishments, connectivity is provided at very, although very, the interest rate on loan is very high, but the conditionalities are very less. So countries are tempted to take loan from China, and later what they do? Countries are unable to repay those loans, and China says, no problem, give me your land on lease. Hambantota, 99 years, Sri Lanka gave to. Similarly, other countries, this Somalia and other countries are also under debt trap. So if China is creating this area, this region, or creating developmental establishments, not only that, with this developmental and commercial angle, China is also creating military infrastructure. So along with commerce, Chinese military is also going. So military presence in this region will mean what? All the country will be under threat. So this is the region through which trade passes. If Chinese military is there in Sri Lanka, Maldives, this entire south area, Persian Gulf, idhar, har jagah hai. So China can control the entire system. So increasing military presence in the backdrop of Belt and Road Initiative has also created alarm bells in the minds of USA and various other countries. You will appreciate this Belt and Road Initiative in the context of something called string of pearls strategy. This Belt and Road Initiative was earlier known as string of pearls. String of pearls, which I will discuss later. Otherwise, the flow of discussion will go. But keep in mind, Belt and Road Initiative was earlier similar known as. Known as does not mean that China has given of the name like that. But there was a strategy of string of pearls. String of pearls simply means China creating port facilities here and to encircle India. String of pearls. So string of pearls, after the emergence of Xi Jinping, was extended and expanded to Belt and Road Initiative. So both India and various other countries have become alarmed because of the Chinese expansion and Chinese intentions. So that is the reason the countries within this region have taken initiatives to counter the Belt and Road Initiative of China. Asia-Africa Growth Corridor of Japan and India has to be seen in the context of Belt and Road Initiative. Are you able to understand or not? Japan is also increasing its defense expenditure. right? Japan is also part of, like USA, Japan is also entering into alliances or partnerships with like-minded countries. This is a standard line. You can write anywhere. In the context of India, you can write. Japan, you can write. Australia, you can write. With China, you may not be able to write. Don't worry. So Japan ये कर रहे हैं. USA is doing that. Now what about China? How China is doing it? China criticizes Indo-Pacific. China does not use the term Indo-Pacific. But China has strategies to deal with these aspects. One is Belt and Road Initiative. Very good. Second is China-led Indian Ocean Region Forum. Indian Ocean is a part of Indo-Pacific, right? So China is saying, "Acha, you are coming into Pacific region. I am coming into Indian Ocean region." India does not have border with Pacific, but in Indo-Pacific, India is going towards Pacific. So China says, "I do not have border with Indian Ocean, but because you are coming to my backyard, I will also come to your backyard." So China is increasingly focusing on Indian Ocean region. China has a forum for the development of Indian Ocean region. That is one. China has taken very strong position against Indo-Pacific. China has been vocal critic of this Indo-Pacific and various partnerships and alliances. China has criticized Quad. China called this quadrilateral grouping of Australia, USA, Japan and India as Asian NATO. China is also increasing its alliances or relation with Russia. So both are coming together. Both Russia and China see Indo-Pacific as a containment strategy. So China is also entering into alliances and partnership with like-minded countries. Like-minded. Yes, Russia is dictatorship. China is also that. Fortunately, India is a democracy. Isn't it? Not only that, China GCC meetings. If you read the newspaper, you will understand Gulf Cooperation Council and China recently held a summit meeting. And you know that recently Saudi Arabia and Iran relation China has brokered a deal. So remember, USA is moving out of Middle East. Now who's entering there? China. This is what China is doing. India क्या कर रहा है? What India is doing? India has a strategy known as Indo-Pacific Ocean Initiative. India's strategy towards Indo-Pacific is Indo-Pacific Ocean Initiative 2019, announced by or launched by Prime Minister of India during the East Asia Summit in Bangkok 2019. Prime Minister said, India wants free, open, inclusive and prosperous Indo-Pacific. That is the essence of this IPOA. It has 7 pillars which we have provided in the notes. Some of the important pillars of IPOA are maritime ecology, maritime security, maritime economy, trade and connectivity, etc., etc. It's a voluntary initiative. So, Indo-Pacific Ocean Initiative 2019, a major approach of India. India's initiative within Indo-Ocean region, you can also add here, like what we say, the Sagar, security and growth for all in the region. That was right. You can also add India is entering into like-minded partnerships and agreements with like-minded countries. For instance, Asia-Africa Growth Corridor. Supply Chain Resilience Initiative. This is an initiative of India, Japan, Australia. Supply Chain Resilience Initiative. Because they want to reduce the dependency of China. Then you can also write this quad that we are doing. India is also engaging or deepening military level exercises, Malabar. India is taking a strong position with respect to South China Sea. Isn't it? ये भी तो है इंडिया का, क्या है वो? Act East policy. Act East policy, East, Far East, Act Far East policy. Although it might not go there, anyway, leave it. You don't use that, use this, Act East policy. We are also improving bilateral relations, security cooperation with Vietnam, the Philippines, etc., etc. That's what we are doing. Not only that, we are doing another thing. वो क्या है? वो ये है string of flowers, also known as necklace of diamonds strategy. See, these terms are not official terms. ठीक है, बहुत सारे लोग हैं जिनका कोई काम नहीं है, right? So they coined these terms. Like the string of pearls. So string of pearls, the term was coined by American experts to denote the various activities undertaken by Chinese government to encircle India by building various ports near India's region. So if string of pearls has been the containment strategy and encirclement strategy of China with respect to India, India being a peace-loving nation came out with string of flowers, or also known as necklace of diamonds. Now, that is what we are going to see here. Yes, can you see? This is not string of pearls. This is string of flowers. Now let us see. China is building military infrastructure around the countries which are neighbors to India in Indo-Ocean region. In Sri Lanka, there is one port known as this Hambantota port, which is under the control of China, because for 99 years this has been given to China. So Chinese government can see यहाँ क्या हो रहा है इंडिया में. They can also control all these things. This is Pakistan. I am putting it here. Gwadar port, very near to India. This is Myanmar. I am putting this here. There is a port here. क्या नाम है? Quick 5. क्या हो गया? म्यांमार नहीं है, बांग्लादेश है. म्यांमार ही है ना ये? हाँ, सही तो है. Quick 5 near Myanmar. In Bangladesh, there is a port called Chittagong. And if you add to this port, the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, CPEC, कहाँ से? This goes to like this. एक ही नहीं, यहाँ तक जाएगा वो पूरा. ये तो चाइना है ही वैसे. This is China. And if you know China-Nepal relation, China is trying to enter into Bhutan also. So, in a way, by creating this military-dominated port facilities and creating various connectivity projects, China is trying to encircle India. Will you be happy with Chinese government, Chinese submarine ships here? No. So this is not a string of pearls. इंडिया का पूरा इधर बंद कर दिया पूरा. So in order to counter the string of pearls, India has come out with something called string of flowers, or also known as necklace of diamonds. If China is constructing ports, India is also constructing ports and various other infrastructure facilities. Remember Maldives, Addu in Maldives, Chabahar near Gwadar. This Chittagong, there are different ports in Bangladesh, Ashuganj or Paira. India has also have access to these ports. In Myanmar, India is creating Fitway. India is working on Fitway. Remember Kaladar multi-modal project. Fitway, Rakhine. Fitway in Myanmar. Ashuganj Paira in Bangladesh. Addu in Maldives. Western Container Terminal in Sri Lanka. Western Container Terminal of Colombo Port.
Sir, Trincomalee.
ठीक है, developmental projects ना. Or do we have a military presence in Trincomalee?
No, sir.
Okay, fine. Fine, okay. Developmental, infrastructural, and military presence. Military, developmental, and infrastructure. All these, through these three major ways, India is trying to counter the string of pearls of China. Majorly creating ports having military dimensions. कहाँ पर? Colombo, this Ashuganj Paira, Fitway, Chabahar, and not only that. Remember INFTC, कहाँ से जा रहा है? INFTC through this goes like that, goes like this. Chabahar, INFTC कहाँ से जाता है? This one, Persian Gulf, INFTC. This INFTC go to Central Asia. Central Asian countries have border with China. Mongolia, we have a partnership. I think we have strategic partnership, something like that. We are trying to improve our focus on in Mongolia. India, South Korea, strategic partnership, special and strategic partnership. Where is South Korea? Near to China. This port, where is this port? Changi Airport, this Changi port in Singapore. India has military access to Changi. This is near Malacca. Sabang port in Indonesia. Dukum port in Oman. You won't be able to write this much thing, but if you are good at mapping, world map, it's very easy to plot this. Right? Use two different colors. String of pearls, this. So, India is trying to counter the Chinese attempt to contain India. Yes. So, string of pearls, string of flowers, diamonds of necklace, the necklace of diamond, etc. has to be seen in the larger Indo-Pacific also. Are you able to understand? ऑस्ट्रेलिया क्या कर रहे हैं? What is Australia doing? Australia does not have a definite strategy dealing with Indo-Pacific. But Australian defense papers, various documents dealing with the with defense, provide that Australia should focus more on the Indo-Pacific and should enter into agreements and partnership with like-minded countries, etc. India is also an important dimension, an important country within the larger Indo-Pacific vision of Australia. Australian strategy is the Quad, AUKUS, etc. But Australia has another important place in the current context, because as of today, China-Australia relation is suffering, because Australia views Chinese aggression in South China Sea as a challenge. Number one. South China Sea के अंदर China क्या कर रहे हैं? Australia is not liking it. Australia has taken a categorical position against Chinese aggression. Number one. Number two, Australia government accused China of the origin of COVID-19. Australia does not also like the increasing entry of Chinese government in the Oceania. Oceania means Australia, New Zealand, Fiji, Solomon Islands, Vanuatu, Tuvalu, Nauru, Micronesia, all those things. The Pacific Island countries generally viewed Australia as the security provider, big brother kind of thing. Now the Australia is being slowly replaced by China. This is also creating a challenge and threat to Australia. So as of today, whether it is trade relation, strategic relation, bilateral relation between China and Australia is under challenge, under conflict or under tension. This also provides incentive for Australia to engage or deepen its engagement in Indo-Pacific. In this context, we will see whether the Australian visit, Prime Minister visit, will help or what are the implications of Indo-Pacific? What are the implications to Indo-Pacific in the context of India-Australian relation? Some background of India-Australia relation, if you want, I can give, if it's given there. India-Australia relation? No? See, India had relation with Australia even before independence. But after independence, because of the ideology of NAM, right, and Australian alliance with the USA and various other countries, the bilateral relation between India and Australia was stagnant, I would say. Not, what we say, well developed. Political neglect was there. Because of political neglect and lack of commercial opportunities, resulted into less developed bilateral relation between India and Australia. But opening up of economy of India, end of Cold War, etc., resulted into increased momentum between India and Australia. India and Australia signed a strategic partnership, Cup 2009. 2009. In 2009, India and Australia signed a strategic partnership. What you do is, whenever there is a question in Australia, you can just write this evolution to provide a framework to it. When did? 2020, comprehensive strategic partnership. So, we elevated India-Australia relation from strategic partnership to comprehensive strategic partnership. So this comprehensive strategic partnership, along with the emergence of Indo-Pacific and convergence of India-Australia relations or interest, provide greater scope for deepening India-Australia relation. That is the reason recently India, Australia decided to enter into a comprehensive economic partnership agreement in order to sign or agree or in order to develop that comprehensive economic partnership agreement. Both the countries first signed economic, trade and connectivity agreement. No. Economic and trade cooperation agreement, ETCA. देखो क्या होता है कि the CEPA, comprehensive economic partnership, is a very difficult one to enter because it has lot of processes, lot of procedures, a time-taking exercise. There will be lot of areas of conflicts, divergences. So what they do is they enter into some sort of agreement which are agreeable. Let's say there are 100 items in the agenda. But the 100 items, if you look at 100 items, they are very complex. They are very time-taking. So what they do, they take 10 items. These 10 items, this can be done. These are low-hanging fruits. Right? That is the reason India and Australia entered into Economic, Trade and Cooperation Agreement, ETCA, also known as Early Harvest Deal. This is a precursor of the larger Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement. The trade relation between India and Australia is improving. Gold and gold contribute to 80% of import from Australia to India. Australia is a powerhouse of uranium also. Remember uranium? क्या है वो? You know that in geography you study various areas having uranium. Anyway, India and Australia has a civil nuclear deal. So India requires uranium. Uranium supplied by who? Australia. Anthracite coal is provided by Australia. Gold, we Indians have very much fascination towards gold. Even the Enforcement Directorate are also very much interested in gold. Not only the people, but the government agencies are also very much interested. But again, so gold, coal, uranium, etc. So in the context of energy, nuclear energy production, and various other industrial requirement, and service industry, and gems and stones, etc., Australia is very important to India. Australia, India is also important in the context of defense relations because, very easy for you, there is regular military exchanges between India and Australia. There is military exercise, OC index, Malabar. These countries are part of coordinated grouping. Australian companies and Australian governments are also investing in the FDI, foreign direct investment. Australian governments are also providing grants and soft loans to India. Australia is also a region for Indian diaspora. I think how much? Let me see if it is given here. Diaspora. $7 lakh diaspora. 7 lakh people of Indian origin in Australia. Huge. Isn't it? Tourism, hospitality, right? Students. So in the context of diaspora also, that is why Prime Minister said temple destruction is a regrettable incident. Isn't it? I think Prime Minister also. I believe that Prime Minister also must have talked about the racist attacks in Australia. Temporary attacks तो हो रहे हैं. What about anti-racism? Attacks on Indian origin people. So I believe that he definitely must have told about not only temple, which is very important issue. In fact, I would say the most important element of foreign policy discourse. Isn't it? Anyway, so diaspora is very important concern. But India-Australia is also important in the context of Indo-Pacific, which you can easily explain and write. Isn't it? Convergence, China is the common enemy, common challenger. Freedom of trade in the Indo-Pacific, especially in the South China Sea, is very much important for Australia as well as India. Not only that, India also wants to improve its engagement with the Pacific Ocean countries, FIPIC, Forum of Indo-Pacific Countries, Forum for India and Pacific Island countries. So through Australia, we can also engage with them. So there are multiple opportunities, India and Australia. Right? So definitely increasing, improving, deepening relationship between India and Australia can have huge significance as far as India's Indo-Pacific strategy is concerned. However, if the AUKUS, KUS, a different name, isn't it? If the AUKUS displaces or replaces the Quad and other such partnerships in the region, then that might create some, challenges as far as India's Indo-Pacific strategy is concerned. But as of today, there is no such issues. So as of today, India-Australia relation can definitely improve, or not only the bilateral engagements, but also have serious, significant implications from the positive sense as far as India's strategy towards Indo-Pacific is concerned. There are few things which India and Australia can do together, which you can write, which is not given in the book, I think. What India and Australia can do. India and Australia can work together to develop the island territories of India within the Indo-Pacific. मतलब क्या है? लक्षद्वीप हो गया, अंडमान हो गया. The island territories of India and also of Australia, because Tasmania is an island territory of Australia, isn't it? So both the countries can work together to develop the island territories within Indo-Pacific. You write that. This is given by some scholars. What is the problem in writing? This is a point for you, isn't it? The UPSC examiner will not ask you. They might ask in interview. That's a different thing.
India, one, trade relation is very weak, and two, literally does not want to engage because of bordering with China. So India is in a very difficult.
Who says India does not want to engage with other countries? Because India has problem with China, that is why India is moving towards USA and other countries.
Trade is the weakest link in all these Indo-Pacific relations. India chooses to have it.
India is trying to develop its trade capacity.
So USA and
With USA, we have trade surplus. With EU, we have trade surplus. If we have this FTA with India and EU, we can improve that. What is the problem?
in this partnership, IPEF, we did not join the free trade, and also we didn't join RCEP. So trade has
We are discussing it. We are discussing this IPEF. We have some concerns. The talks are going on. Even today, the talks are going on. We are not saying that we will not join. We have continued discussion RCEP for a long time, but they did not listen to us. And RCEP is not only the way of increasing or developing the competency of India. India can have trade with other countries. India can improve its relation with ASEAN. India can have better trade with ASEAN. It is not necessary to RCEP. Even without RCEP, India-China trade is growing. It is necessary that we should try to reduce our dependency on China, and especially in the context of import. Anyway, that's a different thing altogether. Can't Yes. So, island territories of India and Australia can work together. Not only island territories of India and Australia, but also island nations within the region. Island nations. बहुत सारे छोटे छोटे कंट्रीज इसके अंदर इंडो पैसिफिक में, वेरी वीक, वल्नरेबल, मिलिटरली, सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट वाइज, क्लाइमेट चेंज. सो वी कैन फोकस अपॉन देम, डेवलप देम, हेल्प देम, पार्टनरशिप. ठीक है. Middle East peace process, fourth one. क्या हो गया? Middle East peace process, very important. Why important? Israel-Palestine issue. Whenever the term Middle East peace process is used, it means Israel-Palestine. If the term is West Asia crisis, then it will be difficult because there are a lot of issues in West Asia. West Asia means those countries in West Asian region. कौन सा country है? I have already explained this. Anyway, before doing that, Middle East and West Asia are used interchangeably. Clear? West Asia includes Gulf countries, non-Gulf countries, etc., etc. Anyway, if you have some doubts, you can ask me after the class about this West Asia and Middle East. West Asian crisis or crisis in West Asia. There are multiple crises in West Asia. One crisis is Middle East crisis. In order to address that Middle East crisis, we have Middle East peace process. Crisis क्या है वहाँ पर? Syrian civil war, Yemen crisis, this IS. What is that IS? Islamic State. घूम रहे हैं वहाँ पर. है कि नहीं? और क्या है? Iran, Australia, not Australia. Iran, Saudi Arabia and Israel rivalry. Right? Kurdish issue. A lot of things are happening in West Asia. But we are concerned with one major issue of West Asia, that is Middle East crisis. This Middle East crisis means Israel-Palestine issue. Recently, there has been increase in violence. Where? In the Israel-Palestine region. Israel army killed Palestinian people killed Israeli people. So recently there has been increase of violence, resulting into large number of deaths of people. So from a relatively peaceful atmosphere, this incident happened suddenly. So we are saying that, or we will see, or we are discussing that whether this increase in violence will lead to or can create conditions or can create a situation where whatever achievements we had in Middle East peace process will be undone. Like start this disarmament. Similarly, we are saying if the increase in violence, conflict between Palestine and Israel will create a lot of other problems and will stall whatever progress that we have achieved so far as Middle East peace process is concerned. We have taken a lot of initiatives in order to address, resolve Israel and Palestine issue. But this increase in violence is taking this entire peace process backwards. This is what we are going to discuss. To discuss this, we should know what is Israel and Palestine issue. Before 1948, there has been no country called Israel. But in 1948, a country called Israel came into being. In order to understand this creation of Israel, we should go back to 19th century and to see how the Jews of Europe decided that they should have a separate independent country for Jewish people, for a movement for Jewish homeland started in 19th century Europe. The movement was known as Zionism. The word Zion in Hebrew language means hill. Matlab pahad. The Temple Mount in Jerusalem. Temple Mount means a religious structure which is on a mount, on elevated place. The Temple Mount is significant from the religious point of view of three religions: Christianity, Judaism and Islam. So Jews consider this temple on the hill as the very place from where they originated. So they want to go back to that region. They want to establish a homeland, a nation state, a country within that region. This Temple Mount is in Jerusalem. So Zion means hill. So going back to the hill region, kahan par? Jerusalem, going back to that region and to create a state. This movement got currency in 19th century and early 20th century because of the persecution of Jews. If you see the history of Europe till the end of World War II, you would see that the Jews have been characterized or picturized as cunning, cruel, cheating, etc. So because of this narrative, there has been hostility against Jews. And Jews were subjected to tortures, persecution, systematic oppression. So they said that until and unless we have a homeland of us, we cannot be secure. Our life, property and freedom will not be guaranteed. We require a separate homeland like Pakistan. Muslims are a different nation. Our interests are different. We cannot live and survive in India. A separate country. They demanded a separate country. And slowly, Jews started immigrating to the Temple Mount region near Jerusalem. From 16th century onwards, till the end of First World War, this region of West Asia, especially the Palestine region, was under the control of Ottoman Empire, Ottoman Turk. So Palestine was under the control of Ottoman rulers. But during the First World War, Ottoman rulers were defeated by Britain and their allies. So after the First World War, this region came under the control of Britain and their allies. Britain and their allies were sympathetic to the cause of Jews. Sympathetic means, उन्होंने कहा ठीक है, you are suffering, so we will help you to have a homeland or nation state in this region. So they were sympathetic. In 1917, British government announced or initiated or launched this Balfour Declaration. क्या है? Balfour Declaration, 1917. This Balfour Declaration of 1917 provided for establishment of a separate Jewish nation state in Palestinian territory. तो Balfour Declaration ने कहा भाई ठीक है कोई बात नहीं, we will provide you land, we will provide you space, etc. But this declaration was silent on the future of the Arabs living there, because this West Asia was a region which was populated by Arabs. Arabic people were living in this region. The Balfour Declaration of British government said that in Palestinian territory, you can come, we'll provide a state, etc., etc., we'll help you. But what about the future status of the people who are already living there? वो कहाँ जाएगा? उनका क्या? They did not say anything about it. After the end of First World War, when the League of Nations was established, League of Nations made Britain as the administrator of Palestine. Palestine became a mandate of Britain. So Britain administered Palestine mandate, M-A-N-D-A-T. Mandate means province, control, administration. It's like a UT of India, similarly. So, in 1918, onwards, and after that, after the establishment of League of Nations, Palestine became under the control of Britain. So, under the influence of Balfour Declaration, Jews started coming into this region, which was opposed by the Arabs. During the Second World War, the atrocities, oppression, Holocaust of Jews came to the knowledge of world powers. USA government decided that we should support the claim or demand for a separate homeland of Jews in Palestine. So on top of UK, that is Britain, USA and various other countries decided that we should support these people who are oppressed for centuries. We cannot let these people die. We should provide a permanent safe home for them. So they also supported a separate homeland for Jews in this region, which also helped or provided opportunity for further immigration or migration of Jews into this region, which further led to communal riots, hostility, violence. आपका घर है, कोई आ रहा है तो कहाँ जाएगा? कि नहीं? Because of the large-scale violence, UK referred the Palestinian question, that is Israel question, क्या करना चाहिए यहाँ पर? किसको? United Nations. In 1947, UK referred the Israel-Palestine question to United Nations. In 1947, United Nations General Assembly issued a resolution, UNGA 181. UNGA 181, 1947. Resolution. This resolution provided for partition of Palestinian mandate. Partition. Into who? What? Two nation state, Israel and Palestine. है उसमें 181 नहीं होगा. Anyway, होगा तो अच्छी बात है. Partition of Palestinian mandate. Israel, Palestine, Jerusalem will be administered by UN. Jerusalem will be under the control of UN. The Arab and Palestinian people did not accept this. In 1948, UK government withdrew from Palestine. बोला कि हम जा रहे हैं, जो करना है तुम लोग करो. UK government. You want water? You feel sleepy? No? No, not sleepy. I would say tired. I know that it's difficult for you to sit for almost, कितना हो गया time? 4:45. 5? कोई बात नहीं. This will help, isn't it? In 1948, UK withdrew from Palestine region. बोला जो करना है करो. जैसे USA withdrew from Afghanistan. तुम्हारा है घर, तुम करो जो करना है, मैं कुछ नहीं करूँगा. This has been the history of UK and other Western powers. जब उनको लगता है कि हमें कुछ होगा नहीं, भाग जाते हैं. Anyway, this vacation of UK from Palestine and the 181 resolution resulted into first Israel-Arab war. 1948 में क्या हुआ? First Israel-Arab war. Egypt was the leader of Arab world. Egypt and various other countries came together, formed a group, and they said, बहुत हो गया, we will destroy Israel. So Israel-Arab first war, 1948. कौन जीता? Israel. Israel won the war. And what happened after the war? More than 75% of the Palestinian territory became Israel territory. More than 75%. किसके पास गया? Israel. West Jerusalem captured and annexed by Israel. Gaza Strip, Gaza, came under the control of Egypt. West Bank came under the control of Jordan. Jordan river है, उसका West Bank region. So West Bank came under the control of Jordan. Gaza, Egypt. West Jerusalem, Israel. This war resulted into the displacement of lakhs of Palestinian people. Displacement, refugees. Again, UNGA entered into the scene. United Nations General Assembly in 1948 announced another resolution, Resolution 194. As per 194 resolution, UNGA demanded that there should be conditions for the return of refugees. So the right of returning of refugees to their original place was provided for. However, Israel did not accept this resolution. Israel felt that जो भाग गए अगर वो आएंगे, so we will be a minority. जो भाग गया, we will not include them. Because of this, conflict again continued. Next major war between Israel and Arab in 1956, Second Arab-Israel War, with respect to Suez Canal crisis. Suez, 1956. Because Egypt, under the leadership of Gamal Abdel Nasser, nationalized Suez Canal, which undermined the interest of UK and France. Rest you know. So Israel attacked Egypt, right? And after that, this blockade was ended. So this was second Arab-Israel War. Gamal Abdel Nasser of Egyptian government nationalized Suez Canal, which means other countries, other ships, etc., in order to pass, they have to take permission, etc. So this nationalization undermined the interest of UK and France. So UK and France asked Israel, मैं देता हूँ तो मैं सब कुछ जाओ मारो पीटो उनको, right? So Israel attacked Egypt, and Egypt had to undo the nationalization, etc. In 1956. Next major Arab-Israel war happened in 1967. This war is known as 6-day war. 6 दिन ही चला बस. 1967. Who won? Israel won again. What happened after the war? Israel annexed East Jerusalem. वेस्ट पहले किया है, अभी ईस्ट भी ले लिया अपने पास. Golan Heights of Syria came under the control of Israel. Golan. Sinai Peninsula of Egypt, Israel occupied. Sinai, Golan, East Jerusalem, और भी कुछ है? Sinai Peninsula. It is in Egypt. Not only that, West Bank भी ले लिया Israel ने. Israel also occupied West Bank. वो पहले किसके पास था? जॉर्दान के पास. So after 1967 war, Israel occupied Golan Heights in Syria, Golan, G-O-L-A-N, Sinai Peninsula in Egypt, West Bank, which was under the control of Jordan, and also annexed East Jerusalem. UN again came to the scene. This time UNSC, UN Security Council, issued a resolution. UN Resolution 248, also known as Land for Peace Resolution. क्या कहा इन्होंने? If Israel vacates from all those occupied territories, occupied territories mean occupied during 1967 war, then the Arab nations will end conflict and hostility with Israel and they will recognize Israel. So land for peace. जहाँ पे ऑक्यूपाई किया है वहाँ से जाओ तुम, let Palestine come and live there. So there will be peace in the region. Land for peace resolution. UN resolution 248. This resolution is very important. This is one of the major pillar of even today's Middle East peace process. Land for peace. But this land for peace resolution of 1967 did not succeed. There has been opposition from the domestic constituents of Israel, the Arab nations, and also from Palestinian people. Because in 1964, Palestinian Liberation Organization, PLO, was formed. Palestinian Liberation Organization, PLO. This PLO did not accept this resolution and various other developments. Fourth Israel-Arab War, 1973. Let me check it. What is the resolution? UN 248. It is 242, not 248. Change it. 242. In 1973, fourth Arab-Israel war, known as Yom Kippur War. Yom Kippur. Yom Kippur is the Jewish festival. Yom Kippur. कौन जीता? Again Israel. क्या हुआ? Why? Israel क्यों नहीं हारता? Willpower. Existential crisis. Yes, very good. Then? UK, France, USA also. Anyway, there are multiple reasons. Defense capability of Israel is very high. Pegasus देखो Israel का है. तो Israel can spy on Egypt क्या कर रहा है, कहाँ घूम रहा है ये सब. They can do that. Very easy. Anyway, just joking. कहाँ थे? Yom Kippur, 1973. 1973. But one of the, even though the Arab nations, especially Egypt, lost this war, This resulted into an accord between Egypt and Israel, Camp David Accords. After this war, in the White House, the President of USA brokered a peace deal between Israel and Egypt, known as Camp David Accords. In the backdrop of this accord, Israel and Egypt normalized their relationships. बोला बहुत हो गया war, अभी नहीं. So they resumed, normalized their relation. And later in 1980s, Sinai Peninsula was handed over to Egypt by Israel. ठीक है? While this was going on, another group formed in Palestine, known as Hamas. In 1980s, Hamas, H-A-M-A-S, Hamas, is a political, militant, radical Islamic organization in Palestine, which does not accept the approach of PLO. This Hamas says that we will not negotiate with Israel. Israel is the aggressor. We want the entire Palestinian territory to us. Hamas is a violent organization. Hence, Hamas has used violence against Israel. Because of the lack of progress in various resolutions and various other developments and the emergence of Hamas, the Palestinian people raised in rebellion against the occupying Israeli government and forces. This rebellion of Palestinian people is known as Intifada. Intifada or Intifada, I-N-T-I-F-A-D-A, is an Arabic word. It means shaking off. Shaking off. Who they want to shake off? The invaders, the occupying force. Hundreds of, if not thousands of people have been killed in both the sides. First Intifada, 1987. After this violence and restriction, both sides decided that we should enter into some kind of peace deal. In 1993, Oslo Accords were signed between PLO and the Israel. Oslo Accord. Oslo, O-S-L-O, Oslo. Name is Oslo Accord, but signed in USA. The major point of Oslo Accord has been Israel will withdraw forces from some territory, and the territory will be administered, governed by Palestinian Authority. So Oslo Accords resulted into setting of Palestinian Authority, an authority, an agency that will govern some areas which are vacated by who? Israel. But peace again eluded the Middle East. In 2000, another Intifada happened. 2000. This resulted into some changes. Like in 2005, Israeli forces vacated Gaza Strip. In 2005, Israeli forces vacated. What vacated? Gaza Strip. Gaza. But in 2006, fifth Israel-Arab war happened. This time, this war was between Israel and Lebanon. Lebanon, there is a militant organization called Hezbollah. Hezbollah, Lebanon. Hezbollah or Hezbollah, which has an anti-Israel stance. So Lebanon has border with Israel. तो हिजबुल्लाह यहाँ बैठ के क्या कर रहे हैं? रॉकेट लॉन्चिंग. So Israel Lebanon war 2006. After 2006, although no major war happened, but such skirmishes, such spurt of violences have also been reported. Right? So there is no peace. When you read newspaper, you know that what is happening in this area. But what is the current position in Palestinian region? Who occupies what? Who controls what? That is what I am going to tell you now. As of today, whole of Jerusalem is under Israel. West Bank is under the control of Israel. Golan Heights under the control of Israel. Gaza Peninsula or Gaza Strip is administered by Hamas. In West Bank, there is a government of Palestinian Authority. So, the political arm or political organization of PLO, known as Fatah, F-A-T-A-H. This Fatah rules West Bank. But West Bank is under the control of who? Israel. West Bank is the control of Israel, but it is ruled by Palestinian Authority, Fatah. There are large number of settlement which is going on, which means although it is generally a territory of Palestinian Authority, the Israeli government are settling their people. Settlement of Israeli people in West Bank is going on. There are two things, annexed and occupied. Annexed means the country has become part of China, one country, like China annexed some part of Tibet. Or China annexed Xinjiang. But Tibetan Autonomous Region is there. Similarly, occupation is there. West Bank is occupied by Israel. But it is not annexed, not a part of the so-called Israel country. Annexation not happened. Because, okay, leave it, I'll explain that later. This is the scenario of today. There is violence which is going on between Gaza, this Hamas and other people, Israel. And also in West Bank, the people are also fighting against the Israeli government, Israeli forces. Gaza Strip has border with Israel as well as who? Egypt. Egypt has blocked the border. So Gaza is like this classroom. चारों तरफ से बंद है. That's the situation in Gaza. Whatever commodities, goods, etc. come to Gaza is through tunnel. Egypt से tunnel है, tunnel के through आता है. So Egypt ensures a very strong border, strict border between Gaza and Egypt. Egypt is Arab country. Palestine Arab people. Egypt fought for Palestine. अब क्या हो रहा है? Anyway, the point is this. This is the situation. Now, what is the current structures or mechanisms for resolution of this crisis? We have seen various initiatives of UN, various resolutions, etc. But as of today, कुछ है ऐसा? Is there any dedicated mechanism which deal with the resolution of Middle East, Israel-Palestine issue? In order to understand that, we should also know another development. In 2002, Arab countries launched something called Arab Peace Initiative. In 2002, Arab Peace Initiative was launched. This initiative provided for normalization of relations with Israel, number one. Number two, creation of an independent state of Palestine, having West Bank, Gaza, and East Jerusalem as capital. ठीक है? The UN formed a peace process known as the quartet process. क्या है? Quartet. Yes. Are you able to read it? Quartet process. QUARTET process. This quartet process is a process, initiative, dealing with resolution of Israel-Palestine issue. Quartet means four. चार लोग हैं इसके अंदर. कौन कौन है? European Union, United Nations, Russia and USA. This quartet process coordinates the response of international community for resolving the Palestine issue. Russia, USA, EU and UN. Essentially, the quartet peace process work on the principles of Arab Peace Initiative. If we want to see the major approach with respect to this issue is two-state solution. Two-state solution is the major approach towards resolving Palestine and Israel. Two-state means Israel state and Palestine state. So Middle East peace process is being addressed by this quartet process. This is the dedicated structure or mechanism. Why we began this discussion? Because the recent spurt in violence will undermine the quartet process, etc., etc. Thank you. Will it undermine? It will not. Why? Because recently, a couple of days before, Jordan mediated between Israel and Palestine. Jordan ने बोला भाई आ जाओ हमारे पास, we'll resolve this issue. लड़ो मत. So this spurt in violence is almost addressed. But it is true that today, tomorrow it will, what we say, it will resurface. Because the fundamental problems are not addressed. Now the question is, what has been India's position with respect to Palestine-Israel issue? Right from pre-independence, India has been a staunch supporter of Palestinian self-determination. Gandhi said, France is for French, France is for French, England for English, Palestine for Palestinians. India opposed creation of countries on the basis of religion. Jews' religion, no. We said no. We were against UN Resolution 148. No, 148, 181 na? 181. Pehla wala kya tha? 181? UN 181? Partition plan. No. It is obvious. While it was going on there, what we are doing here in India-Pakistan. It is obvious that we won't support such a differentiation or creation of nation on the basis of religion and partition. But in any case, in the international level, especially till 1990, India has taken consistent position against Israel. Whenever there is resolution in the UN, India supported resolutions against Israel. India was the first country, India has been the first country, I won't say first country. India has been one among the countries, one among the first countries to recognize the Palestine as a country. So India recognized Palestine as a state. India even provided training to PLO, Palestine Liberation Organization, and also created or provided opportunity for them to set up an office in India. See, you see this. India has been consistent, not only through words, but also through actions. India did not have a diplomatic relation, proper diplomatic relation with Israel. Although India recognized Israel in 1950, diplomatic relation did not deepen. In fact, India restored diplomatic relation only in 1990s. But during the Cold War period, India consistently supported the Palestinian question and their right to self-determination. India supports the land for peace resolution also. India supports two-state solution. Two-state supports. As of today, yes. Eh? Yes. Diplomatic relations, proper diplomatic relations launched in 1990s. Absolutely. See, there cannot be like this. The relation cannot work like that. We did not recognize Afghanistan, but we are having relation with Afghanistan today. Isn't it? So 1990s. So our approach towards Israel-Palestine question started to change in the beginning 1990s. You know that there are multiple challenges where India's ending of Cold War, our dependency over Russia started declining. I mean, we cannot depend upon that. Opportunity for trade, globalization, liberalization in India, etc., etc. A lot of things have happened. But the approach has beginning 2014, I would say, beginning 2014, India's approach towards the Israel-Palestine question started changing. There is a discernible change in India's approach towards Israel-Palestine question. Earlier, India viewed Israel-Palestine together. We have this idea or this belief that if we engage with Israel, it will create distress or problems and in Palestine mind. अगर इसराइल के पास जाएगा तो पैलेस्टीन वालों को क्या लगेगा? This kind of approach was there. But since 2014, we decided that no, we should deal with these two countries separately. Do not hyphen them. Do not join them together. Deal with them independently. That is the reason we have followed something called de-hyphenation policy. De-hyphenation. Hyphen means joint, buckling together. दोनों को एक साथ नहीं देखना है. De-hyphenation. Israel is a country, India-Israel relation are separate. India-Palestine is different. This is separate. That is the reason. That is why India Prime Minister visited Israel in 2017. जब इसराइल गया तब पैलेस्टीन नहीं गया. जब पैलेस्टीन गया तब इसराइल नहीं गया. पहले क्या होता था? जब जाता था इसराइल तो पैलेस्टीन भी जाता था. क्या लगेगा उनको? ठीक है नहीं? इसलिए. बट अभी ऐसा नहीं है. अब क्या है? We are dealing with them independently, separately. That's a change. And that has to be seen in the context of increasing India-Israel relation too. That we will discuss in the foundation batch. Pegasus milna hai na, we need Pegasus. So we should have a better relation with Israel. Palestine को लगने दो, क्या लगने दो, हमें क्या मतलब है? Pegasus मिल रहा है हमें. But government did not say, Pegasus लिया है हमने.
सर,
हाँ बोलो बोलो.
सर पैलेस्टीन के साथ अभी मतलब क्या रिलेशंस है? As in,
India recognized Palestine as a state. India recognized Palestine as a state. India views Palestine Authority as the legitimate authority of Palestine or representative of Palestinian people. India has diplomatic presence in Palestine. Right? India supports, India provides humanitarian assistance, development assistance to Palestinian government. Now the question whether Palestinian government or this Fatah or authority have office in India, that I have to check.
okay.
Generally, I would say there might be something, but I am not sure about it. But India has presence in it. At the international level, India has taken position despite dehyphenation, despite increasing India-Israel engagement at the UN and various other platforms. India has taken positions for India has taken position to protect the interest of Palestine. For instance, Palestine became a non-observer state of UN. Non-observer state. India supported. Palestine became a member of UNESCO. India supported. But at the same time, when Israel changed its capital from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem, UN passed a resolution, India supported the resolution. But recently, one resolution was initiated at the UN, which talked about the human right violation by Israel in Palestine region. India abstained from it. Right, this is something, a new development, but we can say that all in all, we are dealing with Palestine and Israel separately, but the fundamental premises of India's Palestinian policy remain the same. We support independent state of Palestine. We support the Middle East Quartet process. Right? We support two-state solution. We engage with Palestine as well as Israel together. Not together in the sense independently. See, this Middle East issue, Israel-Palestine issue, need to be seen in the larger context also. It is not only an issue between Palestinian people and Israel. It is also an issue between the larger Arab countries or Arab world and the Israel. It is also a religious issue, that Temple Mount, Jerusalem. Jews are not allowed to carry out prayer in Temple Mount. They can visit there, cannot carry out their prayer. Saudi Arabia does not have a relation with, Saudi Arabia does not recognize Israel. Israel, that is Saudi Arabia and Iran. You are talking about Abraham Accord. That is a different thing. It is only recently that Israel tried to normalize relation with other countries through Abraham Accord. So Abraham Accords opened up an opportunity for better relation between the Jewish nation and the Arab world. In Abraham Accord 2020, Israel normalized relation with UAE, Bahrain. So the relation between Israel and UAE is improving through the Abraham Accords as well as the I2U2. I2U2, India, Israel, UAE and this. And Morocco, Sudan, these are North African Arab nations. So Israel is trying to improve or deepen its relation with the larger Arab world. But as far as Iran is concerned and Saudi Arabia is concerned, Iran is a rival of Israel. Israel and Iran, as you know, the conflict is going on for a long, long time. And there is no thaw or building or let's say engagement between Iran and Israel. Iran does not recognize Israel, so is Iraq. So although in the context of Abraham Accord and various other developments, we can see some kind of improvement. But the major regional players or powers like Saudi Arabia and Iran are not in a position or not willing to deal with Israel. So as long as the larger civilizational conflict, larger regional power rivalries are not addressed, resolution of Middle East crisis will be a difficult one. But that does not mean that we should not try to resolve it. Okay? Last one. Very easy. Election Commission of India. क्या हुआ? As per the constitution or as per any statute, there is no specific procedure laid down with respect to the appointment of Chief Election Commissioner or the election commissioners. The existing mechanism prior to the judgment of the Supreme Court has been President appoints. So President appoints as per the Council of Ministers' aid and advice. So it is the Prime Minister. Prime Minister is contesting election. He wants to return to power and he has the opportunity to select and appoint a person who will conduct that election. Isn't it? In in Anup Baranwal. Anup hai na? What is the word? Anup Baranwal 2023 case. In Anup Baranwal 2023, the Supreme Court of India ordered that the Chief Election Commissioner as well as other election commissioners should be appointed by a committee having the Prime Minister of India, Chief Justice of India, and the leader of opposition. If the LOP is not available, the largest, the leader of the party having the largest number of MPs in the Lok Sabha. So a 3-member committee has been established by the Anup Baranwal judgment by Supreme Court. Now the question is, why this committee? Do you think that the existing system of appointment of election commissioners do not guarantee or does not guarantee free and fair election? Whether executive primacy in appointment of election commission undermine the concept of free and fair election? To answer these questions and others, we need to see the Constitution of India. If you see Article 3 to 4 of the Constitution, you will see that Article 3 to 4 Clause 2 provides for, what does it provide? It says, subject to any law made by the Parliament, the appointment of the election commissioners will be made by President. Subject to any law. But as of today, क्या दिन है आज? What is the day today? 12th March 925. Parliament has not made a law. When was the Constitution enacted, promulgated? 1950. कितना साल हो गया? How many years? From 1950 to 75 years. आज़ादी की या का अमृत महोत्सव हो गया है फिर भी Parliament did not get a time to enact this law. Supreme Court said, the constitution makers believe that Parliament will make a law which will deal with the appointment process of election commissioners. Parliament did not make a law so far. Now, what is the problem because of that? President is appointing the election commissioners. President means Prime Minister is appointing. The Prime Minister and the government has an interest in appointing those individuals as election commissioners who will help them to win the next election. So, this appointment process undermines the independence and autonomy of election commissioners and it violates the tenets of free and fair elections. An election commissioner who is appointed by the Prime Minister will have loyalty towards the Prime Minister and the government, not to the Constitution and to the people. The Supreme Court said, this appointment process that you are undertaking today, you have taken till today, is violative of the mandate of the Constitution. Before going into that debate, I will tell you one example. I mean, why this is very important. One civil servant, an IAS officer, senior IAS officer, his name was, not was, is, abhi bhi hai, Arun Goyal. This individual took voluntary retirement. आज क्या दिन है? 12/08/00. Not 12, 11th March. I am Arun Goyal. I took voluntary retirement. How? I filled the papers and sent to the DOPT. DOPT accepted my voluntary retirement request. Then I applied for What? Election Commission. The Ministry of Law and Justice drew out a list of prospective election commissioners. My name was also included in that list. This list is sent to the PMO. Prime Minister approved my name. And the President issued the appointment letter. Kab appointment letter? 13th March 0800. Within 24 hours, this entire exercise has been carried out. Who says that the government does not have efficiency? Who says that civil service is inefficient? Use the example for efficiency in civil services. The court was taken aback, surprised. You are appointing an individual to such an important position. And what you have done, that too when the court was hearing this case. I was watching the live proceedings. Yes, I was watching through this on YouTube. The court said, see, we are hearing this case and you, within 24 hours you appointed this individual. Wow. This is like something. Anyway, this was a trigger point. This shows that what the control the Prime Minister and the government exercise over the individual. And this individual was supposed to retire after 3 to 4 months. So he knows that, or he knew that I will be appointed as election commissioner. That is the reason he resigned or took voluntary retirement. There is a 3-month gap between voluntary retirement and accepting other posts. All these requirements have been waived off. Exemptions were given. So this process of appointment simply proves that executive has total control of the appointment process. And total control of appointment process of executive on such significant body like election commission is a threat to the democratic system of this country. The court said, we are entering into a different approach. We are using a different approach in the sense that we are doing something called gap filling approach. The Constitution says that law has to be made by the Parliament. It means the makers of the Constitution, the Constitutional Assembly, wanted that Parliament should make a law to separate the commission from the executive. Dr. Ambedkar said, the election commission, its staff, secretariat, everything should be completely independent from the executive. The reason why Constitution did not provide for the appointment process was there was disagreement on how the appointment should be done. But then we were very much agreed upon the fact that there should be proper procedure for appointment which is independent from the executive. But Parliament did not obey, did not show faith to the demands of the Constitutional Assembly. So court said the intent of the Assembly and the makers of the Constitution was that the Election Commission of India should be completely independent from the executive. Now you have not done that. Hence, we are entering into your legislative domain. We are entering into this domain because we are filling the gap, a void. What is that void? Law has to be there. Law has not been made for more than 7 decades. So there is a gap, a constitutional gap. So court said, till a law is made by the Parliament, till such a law is made by the Parliament, we are proposing, we are ordering for such a committee, which will safeguard the independence of the Election Commission. Not only the court said, right to vote is a fundamental right. Yes. As per this judgment of the Supreme Court, right to vote is a fundamental right. But UPSC asked this question, what is right to vote? The answer was legal right. Right? The Supreme Court in one of its judgments termed that right to vote is legal right. But now the question is, what was the strength of that bench? 2 judge, 3 judge, whatever that might be. I'll have to see this. I'll tell you that, don't worry. But this bench having 5 judges, it's a constitutional bench. Panch judges, they said right to vote is a fundamental right. Why? Article 19(1)(a) of the Constitution provides for freedom of speech and expression. So freedom of speech and expression, I am expressing my viewpoint, opinion through right to vote. So they linked this freedom of speech and expression with right to vote. And another judge said that right to vote is also a constitutional right. If you see Article 3 to 6 of the Constitution, 3 to 6, right to vote is a constitutional right. But as of today, there are disagreement. What exactly is right to vote? Of late, the courts have taken this approach that right to vote is a constitutional right, not a statutory right. But this bench also said that it's a fundamental right too. I will provide some clarity on this. Don't worry. Later, but not now. So, because of the right is fundamental right, the actual implementation of fundamental right require an independent mechanism. If I have fundamental right, that will only be operationalized if there is a mechanism, infrastructure to implement that. That infrastructure is who? Election Commission of India. So Election Commission beholding, an Election Commission beholden to the executive cannot ensure my fundamental right. Generally, fundamental rights are enforced against state. Right to vote is fundamental right under Article 19. So it has to be ensured, enforced by who? Election Commission. Election Commission under the control of executive will not be able to ensure or enforce my fundamental right. You see that the judgment, that the intent of the judgment, the approach of the judgment is very progressive, no doubt about that. But in order to reach that conclusion, they try to develop a lot of ideas. Because see, judgments are speaking orders. Speaking means reason should be given. So these are reasons they try to develop. Because Constitution does not provide for such a body. It is like rewriting of the Constitution that we will see in criticism of this. So two major points. One was the intent of the makers of the Constitution. Gap is created. We are entering to fill the gap till the time Parliament enact a law. Number two, to enforce, implement the fundamental rights of the Constitution. But the question is whether this creation of committee violates separation of power. Whether this creation of committee undermines separation of power as well as it is a rewriting of the Constitution. Because the Constitution does not provide for such a committee. And just by creating a committee, does it lead automatically to improvement, independence, accountability of the Election Commission of India? If our experience with the CBI director, one example, because under the Vineet Narayan judgment, CBI director was to be appointed by a committee. Later this judgment has been included in the Lokpal Act as well as the DSP Act. For CBI director, there is a committee. Chief Justice of India, the leader of opposition or the individual. Next is Prime Minister. Is CBI independent, autonomous, efficient, accountable? Yes or no? What is the idea? In general, we feel that they are not. So just because of a committee system for appointment does not ensure the independence of the Election Commission of India, number one. Number two, if the Constitution does not provide for this committee, so Supreme Court is rewriting the Constitution. This is an example of judicial overreach. Another issue has been the majority judges said that the removal process of Chief Election Commissioner and Election Commissioner should be different. As you know, the Chief Election Commissioner shall be removed only as per the procedures with respect to the judges of High Court and judges of Supreme Court. Okay, fine. Very good. So, Chief Election Commissioner has security of tenure, tenural security. Removal process is mentioned in the Constitution. But what about election commissioners? Election commissioners do not have any security of tenure. They can be removed by the government or the president, for that matter, as per the recommendation of the chief election commissioner. So one judge said that the security of tenure for chief election commissioner should be extended to the election commissioner too. But the majority of judges said that we should have different kind of scale approach towards CEC and ECs. But again, we should have a equal treatment, similar removal procedure for ECs and CECs. Because for all practical purposes, if you see, the ECs and CEs are the same. Equal salary, equal service conditions, 65 years and 6 years. Majority judgment, when if there is a decision, it should be based upon consensus or majority. CEC is just like a presiding individual. So there is no rationale for having different yardstick for the removal. To answer the main criticism of this judgment, that is violation of separation of power, rewriting of the constitution, entering into policy domain, and an instance of judicial overreach. We will defend this judgment because, number one, this is a stopgap arrangement. It does not say that Parliament should not make a law, or if a law is made by the Parliament, it should be like that. It provides freedom for the Parliament. You do that. If you want, the Constitution provides for a law making, you make that law. This arrangement will be only till such time you make such a law. The option is given. And this is not the first time it is happening. We have precedent. One example is Vishaka judgment. Vishaka judgment, Supreme Court said sexual harassment. Later Parliament came out with a law. And if it is a question of rewriting of constitution, what better example can be there than the basic structure of Indian constitution developed by the Supreme Court? What is the collegium system? Rewriting. These are accepted. Yes, these are required. I mean, the court of this country has such positions, the constitution provides such role and responsibilities to the court. And separation of power is not something we practice in such a strict manner in India. We have fusion of power. If we speak strictly separation of power, then the system cannot work. So whenever it suits, you want to say no separation of power. Whenever it does not suit, you will say separation of power. How that can be? That cannot be. Another important argument is fourth branch institution. There is a concept of fourth branch institution. Fourth branch. Fourth branch means what? Generally, the government is divided into three branches: executive, legislature, and judiciary. Another branch, which is known as independent regulatory bodies, known as fourth branch institutions, have emerged. These are institutions promoting, protecting, preserving constitutional democracy, and also providing opportunities for freedom of trade, protecting human rights, etc. Election Commission, Human Rights Commissions, independent regulatory body like the RBI, Competition Commission, TRAI, etc. are generally known as fourth branch institutions. Fourth branch. Because they have been given separate functions, although not envisaged under the classical scheme of government organization. Classical scheme, only three: legislature, executive, and this. Now this is fourth branch. In order to address the problem of governance, to manage the complexity of government, and to meet the current dynamic challenges, and specifically to protect and promote democracy. Because parliamentary system of government, it leads to a dominant executive. Parliamentary system of government means dominant executive. Parliament का आधा कौन है? Almost आधा नहीं, almost 3/4 government. So the government controls parliament. So parliament cannot control government. No separation of power. An executive having majority can control the parliament. In turn, it will be threat to the democratic system of the country. Hence, we should have a fourth branch institution who will check these things. Free and fair election, has to be, is necessary for protecting constitutional democracy in India. Hence, we should have a free, independent, autonomous election commission. So, in the context of emergency and relevance of fourth branch institution, the EC in Indian context should be independent, accountable and transparent. So, appointment process should also be in such a manner. Okay? Not only that, as of today, Election Commission of India is not only conducting election. It is doing so what? It is doing a lot of other things. Recognition of parties, adjudicating split, Shivsena, symbols, model code of conduct, appeal, punishment, etc., etc. So the functions and responsibilities of Election Commission of India is increasing day by day. Hence, it has huge ramification to the democratic system in this country. That is the reason we should have independent autonomous Election Commission of India. This Anup Baranwal judgment is a single step, positive step towards the ensuring, not I won't say ensuring, towards creating a facilitative atmosphere for larger independence and autonomy of the Election Commission of India. However, there are other issues. Independent secretariat hona chahiye, finances hona chahiye, charge fund hona chahiye, all those things should be taken care of. Right? The executive should not view this an encroachment or judicial overreach, but should take right lessons from the judgment of the Supreme Court and ideally should come up with a law which satisfies the constitutional test. Okay? Khatam. All the best. Thank you so much. Anything else you want to ask? Pusho. Same क्यों नहीं होता? एक मिनट. I'll answer that question. See, there are many things which, when I discuss, come to my mind. Not only that, my preparation for this lecture is not limited to that material. I hardly go through that, but I tell them to make this, etc., etc. मैंने नहीं बनाया है, but मेरे वो supervision में बनाया है लोगों ने, right? But point is that my understanding is not limited to this. So, to teach, you have to read a lot of things. I keep on reading. So that is the reason we have to provide something in the class, not only the material. The students attending the class should have more value. You are attending the class, you are sitting here. अगर material में जो है वो पढ़ा रहे तो क्या फायदा? क्लास में आने कुछ फायदा है? You go home, read the material. So we are providing incentive for you to attend the class. Right?
So when you said separation of power was violated, was it in the context of the committee having CJ or in the context of judicially?
No, it does not. See, the Constitution says that the President will appoint or Parliament will make a law. It does not say that if these things do not happen, then judiciary will provide a committee. What is the role of judiciary in the appointment of ECI? No. That is a violation. ठीक है?
Sir.
हाँ पूछो.
सर जैसे पुलिस रिफॉर्म्स थे ना, सर स्टेट डिफंक दोज इनिशिएटिव बाय सुप्रीम कोर्ट.
ठीक है
सर वैसे ईसी में भी अगर दिस लॉ पास करके इफ दे डिफंक दीज रिफॉर्म्स देन maybe they can put a point ki it should be appointed by the parliament by simple majority. That means the government only. So then all these provisions will get defunct, na?
No. See, first of all, let me answer the question. You are saying that Parliament can make a law. What if Parliament comes out of the law, an ordinance, which simply says that Parliament will appoint or the government will appoint, which essentially undo the good work done by the court? This is what your question.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Means, sir, yes. This mechanism is not transparent. That means Parliament can come up with any law that will take away these.
Whatever law the Parliament comes has to be in consonance with the scheme of the judgment. Judgment says fundamental right to what is fundamental right, and commission would be independent. The expectation of the Constitution, the constitutional expectation has been that the Election Commission of India should be independent from executive. If a law is made by the Parliament, which essentially reproduces the existing system, it undermines the essence of judgment. That cannot be done. So you cannot make a law which violates the essence of judgment.
सर बट पुलिस रिफॉर्म में तो ऐसा किया ना सर पुलिस रिफॉर्म जजमेंट द 7-point directives states undid that ना
No, no, many states have complied with that. We have the Supreme Court is also monitoring that. Monitoring is still going on. Justice Thomas Committee has been set up. है कि नहीं? चल रहा है, monitoring चल रहा है.
सर 15 years around police reform
अरे
judgment
भाई, everything cannot be done by
Still-
Supreme Court. You will become an IAS officer. You should advise the government. When you are a returning officer of the country or some district or constituency, conduct yourself to ensure that there is free and fair election. Search the Prime Minister's vehicle and Chief Minister's vehicle. Don't spare anybody. You cannot leave everything to the Supreme Court. Can the Supreme Court run the country? आप और मैं सब किसके लिए यहाँ पर?
Sir, now Supreme Court is our only savior of the Constitution. Now,
Absolutely
as the
not.
political
No.
culture, so political
bhai.
culture.
Supreme Court is the savior of the Constitution. The government of this country, the parliament of this country, you, me, everybody is having equal stake in the Constitution. Right? No organ can save or satisfy this or protect the Constitution. Cannot do that. It's a teamwork. Everybody has to do their own part. Don't think that the government and the parliament is undermining Constitution. That approach, that perspective is not correct for UPSC student. If you belong to a political party, then you can have that approach. But no. It is true that every government in power will try to remain in power. Some might use a different tactic, some might use a different tactics. Supreme Court is, there are 30 plus judges in Supreme Court. Not all have the same philosophy. A couple of years before, what has been the approach? People started criticizing Supreme Court, executive court, judicial evasion, judicial murder. All these things are being used. अभी change हो रहा है थोड़ा थोड़ा. पहले क्या था? Right?
Sir, एक और doubt, sir. Sir, you told na that election commissioner removal procedure should be different from CEC.
Should
In
not
that
be
judgment.
different. No, I said should not be different. Should not be.
No, sir, sir, in that judgment also should not be was there.
No. But my point is that the judgment says both should be different. But I am saying should not be different.
Sir, why Supreme Court? Sir, what was the basis behind giving this different?
According to them, Chief Election Commissioner in status is higher than Election Commission. But that's not a correct reasoning. But anyway,
Okay, sir.
because ultimately, see, the conditions of service of these ECs are dependent upon the will of the executive. You can abolish the post of election commissioners. The constitution does not provide for the number of members in the election commission. There has to be one chief election commissioner. But if you have 2 or 3, you can abolish them later, abolish the post. So that is the reason CEC and ECs are having different, importance, significance. But that should not be the case. You cannot leave the entire number of ECs to the government, like happened in 89 and 90. If the government feels that one EC is not supporting them, then simply the post will be abolished. Right? Tomorrow, chair नहीं मिलेगा बैठने के लिए. So CEC cannot be done like that. Because there has to be one CEC. Anyway, this logic, this reasoning are not correct as such. We should provide security of tenure to the election commissioners too. We cannot leave them at the mercy of the executive. ठीक है? और कुछ है?
नहीं हो गया sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, sir.
Beginning process of the removal starts with the recommendation. CEC does not mean that recommendation will automatically lead to removal. Removal is different from abolition of post. ठीक है? cannot remove. Prime Minister can ask the person to resign. देखो, this individual, Ashok Lavasa. Ashok, he was an EC. This individual took some steps against the Prime Minister. Right? So this individual was given, he was supposed to become the CEC. But इनको बताया भाई एक काम करो, हमारे पास बहुत अच्छा नौकरी है तुम्हारे लिए, कहाँ पर है? ADB, एशियन डेवलपमेंट बैंक में है. क्या है? वाइस प्रेसिडेंट. सो यहाँ पे क्यों रहना इंडिया में? गो टू मनीला, बी द वाइस प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ ADB. So he said, yes, I am very happy, thank you sir, I am resigning from my post. He resigned, now he is enjoying in Asian Development Bank. So not necessary to remove. बहुत सारे पोस्ट है. He had integrity, that is why he was made to resign. Ultimately, see, the institution cannot depend upon the integrity of individual.
The safeguard envisaged by the Constitution in the form of CEC as an individual with integrity cannot be relied upon. The Constitution also safeguard.
Parliament, see, there has to be a law in appointment process. The law has to be made. The law can provide for various other modalities. There is another section, 324 clause 5, which provides for conditions of service. That law is also sketchy, vague. Let the Parliament come out with the new law and amend this one to deal with the entire problem. हो गया खत्म. ठीक है?
Good night, sir.
Good night, good
Good
night.
night, sir. Good night, sir.
Okay, all the best. Thank you. माइक कौन है? मैंने ऑन कर दिया.